Cool. All right, so last time we left off, you guys was fighting Irolathus, a big, bad, evil guy, the Demilich who was holding up inside Ithril. The combat took just about all of our time last time, and she did manage to, despite having a rough start, of getting 3 of the players reduced to 0 hit points immediately, did manage to beat him with the help of dear friends and allies. You also managed to escape. Seems like everyone that could be sent to help you was indeed sent to help you, as you got help from both the twins and people from Bryn Shander and Amalia, who came in with other new allies on an airship, who also managed to pick you guys up and ferry you off, basically. So where we're going to start is you guys are just leaving this ice cave, which was collapsing after the death of Irolathus. You've been told that the ship, right now, as it's just left the ice, has its nose headed towards Kovir.
Is God names Jack on our ship?
No.
No.
No, we saw them get teleported back down there and dragging Avarice towards a portal that...
So he was part of the people of the twins who Okay.
Yep.
It seems like the whole cave, the whole area around where the city is collapsing in itself.
So the Caves of Hunger might be safe as soon as they get to the Caves of Hunger.
He told that the Cave of Hunger was broken as well and was also starting to collapse.
Who knows?
Okay.
I mean, you could always try and go back and see.
Well, wait, does Jeremy know this? Hold on. I mean, I don't think he would. So he's just gonna be like, well, back to Corvair.
I would go to Amalia. We need to go to Pinchenda first.
And it is good to see you as well. And we just survived a harrowing experience, and now you want to go back?
There's some things I still need to pick up.
And are these really important?
There, 8 health remains.
You see, like, her face kind of like realizes the words of what you just said, and grows into a more sorrowful expression. Right. I would believe that is indeed a fair request. I will make sure that we go towards Progenta immediately.
Thank you.
And the ship begins wearing off. A few shouts from some of the crew members that gets calmed down by the captain immediately, and people just go about their orders. Right now you are on an airship. You're about in an airship time from Brimshander, where you are. It's going to take maybe an hour.
Ooh. Man, we should have had this a long time ago.
I walk up.
Maybe a little bit more, but it's not going to take as much as you guys are used to.
Yeah.
I walk up to Linnea and... Hey, Linnea, was it?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for coming in and helping us out there. We really need it.
These magic missiles of yours, they sure can't miss, huh?
Well, if you have a magical shield, it it might do the trick. But normally,
You see him take out his diary. He's like, "Oh, magical shield. Okay, yes."
it normally is indeed what you guys say. They are very accurate missiles, but that's also why their damage has also been lessened. It's a balancing feature of it. But yeah, Bryn Shander, right? Then we definitely have still some goods that we brought along. Might be good to also drop off there. But you mentioned
yes.
You mentioned an atrial. You guys don't look anything like what Amalia originally told me of you guys. For example, I'm very pleased that you guys were there. But I'm looking at Jeremy. You were described as somebody else.
Yes. I had to jump in because my friend is busy with something right now, and he asked me to take over for a little bit, and I did.
Oh, okay. And she shifts her eyes towards Onyx. I was told you were an amazing creation of House Kenneth, a Warforged, to be exact. What happened? Is there something you wish to share, or you died? Oh.
You see Amalia getting you guys like several long glances of like.
He died.
Like what?
He died, but he survived.
Oh, okay, so
Hey,
he was brought back in and now he is this. I mean, it definitely fits into the narrative that we gave Warforged the freedoms in that sense. So it makes sense that they have a soul. But
this is the proof.
For me, it's a very curious revelation to see him in a different body. Is there any so I totally understand that coming from your previous body. Is there anything we can assist with that, or? Okay. Well, we can definitely think of something.
remember Elva said something about the Warforged living in the other side of the Morning lands? That it was a possibility to, get a hold of them to check if they could help.
Yeah, although they are quite hostile. I believe we might have more chance if we can find his original creator. Do you know the name of your maker?
Why don't you think the Warforged can help?
Yes, they are raiding from outside the Morning Lands. They raid the areas and kill anything in that path. They it's hard.
Well, to be fair, these are not actually confirmed rumors.
True.
These are some of the information that we've had from, well, both unsavory and different kinds of sorts, but
true.
Where exactly
it is
are
not
they
something that we've been able
located?
to confirm. They are located deep inside the Moonland. However, I believe that the Dark Lanterns has prepared some, a lot of information for you when we get back to Kovir. It might be better to save those questions for.
Okay.
Yes. And I believe from what I know for the rest is that there was you, Erendriel, where she shifts her gaze to you are exactly as Amalia described towards me. But I believe you had a brother with you named Adriel.
It is.
He
As
Oh.
you say that, Lona is just like she's looking down on the ground and slowly walks away from the conversation.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
With a druid, that Adriel was a druid, has the ability to bring people back even if there is no remains left.
Yeah, okay.
But Lona would need a body to bring someone back from the dead. And with Adriel, that was not possible.
Oh. That's I'm very sorry to hear that he has passed. Are we going back to Bishanda for him, or? Okay. I mean, anything you guys need or help, just ask. We will take any time to get you through this. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Good question. Amalia came towards our house for aid together with the Dark Lanterns they needed to get to you. And a long friend of mine, a mentor of mine, ordered me to help you guys out. They gifted us this vessel to sail with you towards Icewind Dale and help you out in any way that we could. When we tried to locate you, we couldn't. But at some point, when we reached over the icy glaciers, we suddenly found where you guys were, and were stuck near a big block of ice. And we used our cannons to break into that ice to make sure that we could get to you. And once we were in here and saw all the aberrations and monsters that were already festering the area we tried to make sure that we were safe, the ship was safe, and then once there was an opening, get towards you guys and help you out. Once I saw that the doors were opened and we could spot you from the balcony, I ordered 2 harpoons to be fired at the door, break them open, and me, together with what you guys also experienced with 2 of my house guards, flew in to assist you. No, there was no personal intent in that position other than the orders that I had and what I experienced from Amalia. Yes, that's true. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't. I could have said no. I could have also said that there were other things. There's definitely some intent of mine to be here, being that the events of Sharn broke a piece of our house. One of our most renowned diplomats was killed in the blast that destroyed Sharn and created a second morning. With that, most of the responsibilities of diplomacy have been brought down on other members of the house, including myself, where we are now trying to make sure Breland doesn't destroy the entirety of the world, which they are now doing at Rome's expense.
So you are a diplomat.
Yes,
You can fight pretty well for a diplomat.
well, in the lands I come from, I have to be prepared for both things. And I've lived on ships and vessels for as long as I've lived and met an incredibly amount of people, adventures and other things. But I've always seen to it that talking could fix a lot of the things that where I come from. I definitely have a proposition on the table for your party, if you don't mind. But I think we can best discuss it once we are in Brinchander, where we are all warm and somewhere safe.
Sure. We can use this time to inspect what we got from that room, and he's gonna give him the things, because we know what it is, but our characters don't yet. And then he would identify them as a ritual, which I think takes 10 minutes per item. So that's gonna take some time. What would you give him first, Onyx?
Probably the scroll.
Okay. So he's gonna take the scroll, just sit down, identify it, and then he's gonna be like, do I know what a Terras is energy? Does my character know? I can make history checks, maybe, or...
Oh.
Okay, you're muted, by the way.
Sure, make my history check.
Just rolled.
14. You don't know much about it. As far as you're concerned, the Tarask is a mythical creature that surely doesn't exist, because the stories about it is like too far-fetched. In your experience, there's a fine line between exaggeration and just a scared person who's actually seen it. But with 14, like, you're more like, nah. I mean, sure, there are stories about the Terras, but they're so that apparently these creatures are basically world eaters. That, like, nah, it can't be true.
This one says it summons a Tarask, which sounds weird to me.
Why so?
Because a Tarask is a creature. Well, from the stories I've heard of godlike powers, it's more like it's unlikely that anything can be as powerful as this creature.
We literally just fought a flying skull that diminished 3 of us with just a scream. But sure, that is okay.
Well, that would not even keep up.
All right, interesting.
So
Yes.
better not to summon something like that then, if the stories are to be correct.
It doesn't sound as Jeremy thinks it's correct, and I mean, he is more of the guy that sees the things in a more realistic way, so...
I would, like, wave Amalia over. She's here.
She's flying the ship, but she's like close to you. She's like 10 feet away.
Amalia?
What was the name?
Jeremy.
Right. Yes.
Right.
How can I assist?
What do you know about the Tarask?
Why do you ask about a Taras? Have you met one?
No. But you seem like a very knowledgeable person that has been all around the world. So, knowing creatures that other people might not know seems like something you know.
Well, a Tarask is thankfully, extremely rare and possibly out-of-dead creature. It is, well, it is dinosaur in its like. It is a legendary creature. It is one of the most dreaded monsters from this material plane. However, how many of these exist is discussed and debated. Most actually believe that they are died out. Some believe that they are simply too strong to die out. What we know of history from them is that they have big enough yawns and they are big enough creatures that they can basically swallow some of the largest creatures, and their hunger is great enough to devour the populations of entire towns and cities. It's earlier on the destructive potential of a Tarask has seen them incorporated into religious doctrines of some more auspicious tribes. Luckily, they are supposedly dormant for centuries. We have not seen one in Covid, indeed in Eberron, I believe, for hundreds of years. And
Yeah.
thankful for that. As I said, they are not to be trifled with.
Do you know what happened to the last one that was here?
No idea.
Right. And he's gonna turn back to all of you and say, so, who wants to hold on to this one?
Hey, I'll
Roman, you're gonna say you take it?
I say I'll take it.
Okay.
Almost.
So then, and then he's gonna say, would you mind if I take it? And you hear, or you see Jeremy, but you hear Eladio's voice when he says that.
I mean, if you want to, sure. I don't care.
Right.
Isn't it-
Yes. Yes.
Just be sure that we do not summon the creature then. If what
You would
is
have to read this
true.
out, and I, as you said, hope that does not happen. Yes.
Jeremy,
Yes.
do you have any idea when Eladio might be back?
I not sure he will be back.
Because I did have some questions I wanted to ask him, because there were certain things that we saw.
That's not a problem at all. You can just
No.
ask me, because
No,
he can
but-
listen.
Yeah, but it would feel weird to ask you and like not him, because it's personal, you know, and it would just feel wrong to not ask him. You understand what I mean? For me, it's like the concept of him listening whilst talking to you is kind of hard.
No, you see, Eladio is always listening when I'm here, because he's Eladio. That's just what he does. But when Eladio is there, then I don't listen, because that would be rude.
Did you
and
just
so
say
the-
Eladio is rude?
No, I'm saying that I'm not rude. I would never say that Eladio is rude, and then he was like,
Well, maybe
so
maybe at some point.
whatever you say, everything, all of this that's been happening, Eladio knows about it. But when he comes back, if he comes back, he will know everything that has happened.
Well, as long as he knows that it's weird to not have him around, at least something. And if I feel confident enough to talk with you about what I wanted to talk about with Eladio, then I will come up to you.
Okay. I'm sorry that I can't
No,
give
it's
you
fine.
what you want.
It's a problem of my side. It just doesn't feel right to talk about stuff like that with you, you know.
Well, maybe we will get closer in the future, and then you will feel more comfortable.
We will see about that.
Okay, next item, everybody. What are you gonna give me now? Can't get worse than this one, huh?
Before you continue, let me just take you to the airship for now.
Right. Oh, it's a beautiful ship.
Ooh.
I've missed it. Wait, is this the old one?
It's not the same.
It is not the same.
It's not
It
the same.
looked damaged.
No. It's loading in for me. It's like 2
Are
pixels.
Are we now on the bottom or the inside or?
Right now,
I think
you
we're
will
outside
be
next to Amalia.
on the bottom next to so you would be on the top next to Amalia. But you can also see here like what would be the top side and the mid crew section. And there's also another picture that will go if you go down below. That we'll go to, if need be.
I'm on the I see the bottom part. That's why.
Ooh, there's a nice crystal.
You should be able to see both the
Um,
top and bottoms,
No,
both
we only
inside
have
and
lower
and
deck.
upside. Like right now, you're standing on the back side, which is on the top. Which is why next to Amalia, there's stairs that goes
Right.
down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Ah, I see. Okay. So the middle part is down on the bottom.
Mhm.
That's where the cannons are. Makes sense. That's a lot of fucking cannons. Holy shit.
This is not a leisure ship. This is a warship.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we gonna inspect next? He's just gonna like hold his hand out to Onyx?
No, I'll give him the crystal hold.
The what?
Diamonds.
Oh, the giant diamond? Sorry, can you repeat what you gave him?
The rod with a diamond.
Oh, the rod. Sorry. Okay, so he's gonna identify the rod, and he's gonna say, "Wait, it's a staff of power, right?"
No,
No.
that's just the diamond. Staff of power is something else.
What was the rod?
That is the thing with the giant diamond on it.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not magical.
No,
Oh,
but it's worth a lot.
right.
And
So he's
say-
gonna say, "Well, this is not magical, but that is the biggest diamond I've ever seen in my life." So who wants the?
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Probably a museum, in my humble opinion.
You have to redo that. You froze.
Oh, he's gonna say, "Who wants this?" Probably a museum.
You want
But,
to give something worth that much to a museum?
Well,
I mean, if they buy it from us, sure, but
right. We need diamonds for 2 reasons: either to remove an lasting effect, or to bring someone back if they have very recently passed. And with this diamond, that would just be a waste of diamond.
I mean, we
So-
could ask a blacksmith or something if they can, like, put it into smaller pieces.
Right, but
Oh,
we could alternatively just buy a lot of smaller pieces and keep this unique big diamond, and just put it in a museum because it's unique and big. You
I don't
can't take a
get
lot
that
of
point.
small diamonds and make a big diamond. It's impossible.
Yeah, but you can take the big one and make a lot of small ones. I don't get your point.
The point is that the big one is extremely rare to find.
Well, and we found it.
Well, yeah, but it's still rare to find.
Oh.
So I'm sure a lot of people would be happy to not grind it down to a lot of tiny diamonds that are easy to find.
Well, then they should have found it.
Well, I mean, do you want it?
I mean, I don't need it. I'm just saying that we have better usage for it than it getting dusty in a museum.
No, I don't think we should just hand it out for free. We should sell it for a lot of small diamonds. And I actually think it might be worth more small diamonds than if we hack it into small diamonds.
There's definitely in my homeland. There's definitely some people that will pay a lot of money for what you represent.
But would they also pay a lot of diamonds?
That is the question.
I mean, you can just buy diamonds with what we get.
Well, but they have to have diamonds so we can buy
Hey.
them.
That is correct.
I can assure you that they have diamonds.
Well, we would want to meet those people as soon as possible in that case.
Oh, but Jeremy, aren't you the one that can, like, I don't know, make the best trades? Because I'm not the one that really gets good trade offers, you know?
Oh no, I make the trades.
So, yeah, you should potentially hold it then.
Oh.
And offer it to people that are interested
But
in
I
getting a small
already...
diamond.
I just took the scroll already.
Yeah, but
don't-
it's just a diamond.
I don't believe that is a bad choice for you to hold. Especially with your qualities as a good merchant, you would be perfect for that.
Okay. And he just slowly, he has the bag of holding, and then the staff just goes in, and it makes no sense because the bag is tiny, and he just puts it in all the way.
It's still
Okay,
just
next
rod,
item.
not a staff.
It's a staff. When he's gonna sell it, he's gonna be like, we have this wonderful staff right here. Alright, so
I doubt that these are magical, but I got 10 vials of liquefied quicksilver.
Oh,
I don't know
wow.
if anyone can use that. But
does it make you quick?
I don't think so.
It could
Oh.
potentially make you silver, though.
Wanna try it?
No, thanks.
I mean, Onyx, do you wanna try it?
And you're silver again.
Okay, that's okay. I see. All right. I guess these are just worth a lot of money. I don't know. What do you do with quicksilver?
I don't know. Do I know what you can do with
You-
quicksilver?
I
Are
mean,
you
you could
the-
use it for crafting.
Yeah, it's a great solvent.
Onyx, would you know what you can craft with this? You're the
I mean-
crafty type.
Quicksilver I mean, you would know this, Onyx, without needing to roll much. I guess primarily used as a magical or alchemical component. Only by a few drops at a time, because it's quite hard to actually get your hands on, which makes sense to why it would be worth a lot as well. It's also used in alchemy to extract gold from ore and to separate gold from silver.
Ooh.
And there are some master crafters who use it as part of working with weaponry. But it is very, very few people who are capable of utilizing Quicksilver. These weapons that are using Quicksilver are usually regarded as master tier weapon crafting.
Do you tell us that?
Yes.
Well, in that case, you should take this.
Sure.
And if we ever run into a merchant that can work with this or show you how to work with this, then that would be perfect.
I'll take it.
And I give him the Quicksilver stuff back. Hold on, I need to write down that I have the big diamond rod staff.
She's kind of talking, Amalia says, well, interestingly enough, it is also used in the construction of silver golems.
Ooh.
It's a creature whose body is basically filled with Quicksilver, which grants its unnatural speed despite its size.
Do we have enough quicksilver to make one?
No,
Right. That's
not even
what-
close.
what, a tiny one?
No, not even close.
Right.
Also, do you have
that's
the silver?
unfortunate. I mean, with this diamond, we will have the silver.
Correct.
And he just like diamond, and then he puts it back in.
I can hold it for you if you want.
I believe you're good, Amalia.
Giant diamond rod staff. How much is the diamond worth? And the rod? That?
1,000 gold pieces.
Platinum pieces.
Platinum.
Platinum.
No,
Yeah.
but I
Who does
converted
diamond?
it. I converted it to gold pieces. So
But that's wrong. It's
Yeah.
1,000 platinum.
1,000 platinum, which
That's
would be
it.
100,000 gold.
100,000.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, never mind.
1,000.
10,000.
One platinum is 1,000 gold.
No,
100 gold. Sorry.
no.
100? I think it's 10.
Yes, it is. It's not
Really?
10.
I mean, I'll take it as hun.
I mean, I don't think
I'll
it
take
is.
it.
Otherwise, I've overpaid a lot with my platinum. It's like, yeah, that will make 50 gold. All right, remove 5 platinum. Wait, hold on.
So
One platinum is 10 gold points.
Yeah.
Gold pieces.
So it's 1,000 platinum and 10,000 gold.
10,000 gold.
Got it. And that's 100,000 silver. So I do think we have enough for golem. Hopefully, maybe.
We are not
Pure
telling us to make a
silver.
golem.
The silver coins are not pure silver.
Oh, that's just governments. All right.
She kind of just give you like a...
Platinum pieces. Okay. Next item.
Vi krijgen we dus om. En al het een
Is it staff? Yeah, I use the staff of power. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna use it. I'm kidding. I'm gonna identify it.
You identify it. You already have the information from last time in terms
Right.
of what this staff does.
Did someone write it down? Because my internet was garbage and I had 2 keyboards, so I didn't write it down.
He's not.
But not here.
Oh, right, that's fair. Jennifer, did you write it down?
checking.
I mean, one would think if I have 2 keyboards, that would make it easier to write, but not if they're on top of each other.
I mean, worst case, I can send you the information on Thursday.
You can
Mhm.
just look up Staff of Power in D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I just wrote that Onyx
but it's not
obtained the power
exactly
staff
that.
was spellbook by Erolatha's 10 vials of quicksilver, 500 gold point each.
Mhm.
Scroll of summoning of I didn't specify what it was.
Right. What I remember is it is a normal staff of power, except if you use it, there's a chance that like something
It doesn't regain
explodes.
charges. Unless, you would have souls.
Right. It doesn't regain charges. If it's at 0 charges, something bad is gonna happen.
I'm just
If
gonna
you
send
cast
my notes
any
on
spell,
Thursday.
yeah. If you cast any spell, something bad can happen. And
Right.
Well,
so basically, it is a staff of power. As a
mhm.
normal staff of power, you regain. The changes here is that it does not regain its charges. It is fully charged as you have it right now.
Mhm.
And as you said, from what you have been told, if it goes to 0 charges, shit will happen.
Mhm. And there's a chance that with any casting, shit can happen. That's what you said last time too.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
There is a
Um,
if you expend a certain number of charges right
Mhm.
now until you've tried it, it's unknown how many a certain is. There is a 50% chance that you will instantly be traveled to a random plane of existence.
That would be unfortunate.
But also very fun.
So I'm gonna.
Which means you could cast one of its absolute most powerful, and then suddenly like, poof, oh,
Whoopsie
Firefly,
doopsie,
hello.
everybody.
But it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. If we do that, I can do it because I have the scroll of plane walking thing. So I can come back.
Right,
I'm being
but,
like, nope, nope, not again.
But you can't use the staff. It can only be, from what I see, it could only be you, and he points at Erendriel, and you, and he points at the girl, and he forgot her name, which is why he said you to both of them.
Great.
Her name,
Linnea.
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 Linnea, yes, of course. I knew the L. The rest was we just met. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
You'll have to get to know each other. Bear me.
Right. Linnea, you are a sorceress, correct?
Yes.
Right, and I think your blade flying around makes you a warlock, partly. And looking at Erendriel.
Yeah, I guess so.
In that case, either of you can use this, and I don't want to be mean, Lona, but
I was talking outside game. So
no.
and I'm not in the group there.
Oh, where are you?
She moved
in the
away
back.
when we talked about Adriel.
Yeah.
Right. Well, then I don't say anything.
Jeremy, we shouldn't use it at all. We should just not have it given to someone that can use it. We should not use it.
You know what? That's a completely fair argument, except that maybe at some point we have no other choice. If it's hey, we're gonna die anyway, let's just use the
two
staff.
goddesses tell us we should not use it.
But I've identified it.
And your identification is better than the goddess' judgment?
That's not what I said. I just said you can use it if you don't expend too many charges, which hopefully is not one,
They specifically
and
told us
if
to
it
not
does
use
not
it.
go to 0 charges.
I do believe that Alera, I believe, was your name?
Yes, that's
Correct? Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't.
No,
I didn't.
it's fine. I never
introduce.
introduced myself, so it's not totally okay.
Is correct in this regard. If beings that are far above our plane level of thinking and knowledge over the thousands of millennia they have existed, tell us not to use an item of power that has already been corrupted by a being that has been in that state for that long, we should probably not use the item. We could definitely hold on to it because we can better protect it with us than give it over to a third party that we might not even know might do harm with it. But I am, and that's. Have you guys ever had any magical weapons do anything to you guys personally, or have any adverse effect?
Yes, I've heard that they had the book that Eladio liked.
And
then they
looking over to
sacrificed it.
Erendriel. Didn't you have experience?
Right.
Magical items that do things to you?
I used to be the owner of a gauntlet that was slowly killing me off.
What happened to it?
It got destroyed.
Destroyed?
Well, I mean, it was a choice of either the gauntlet or him, and I mean, that was not that hard to decide.
Fair choice. Was it what did the gauntlet actually do? Did it?
It gave me some power over the frost.
Oh.
Which was pretty convenient in the beginning until he turned against everybody.
Well, yeah, that was because he was also quite like the toy boy of the Frost Maiden.
Of the being that ruled this area?
Yeah, you could say so. Oral.
Okay, well, I would say either one of you should take this and be aware that if you do ever, in case of need, cast with this, and it's too powerful, whatever you're casting, there is a 50% chance you will be teleported to a random plane of existence.
Oh, well, what would you like, Arendria? Would you hold on to it, or would you trust me enough to hold it onto you?
You seem a lot more in touch with this type of stuff, so go ahead.
Could we, Linnea, don't get me wrong, really not,
No.
but could we not decide that before we know all your intentions and everything, like when we are in Sharn and discuss
That-
everything? Not that I distrust you, but it's a powerful item that we are told to not use, and not feel comfortable to give it to someone that we don't know.
I totally understand. Well, I haven't even introduced of you of
So
how I
not that we
totally
don't trust you, but we don't
that's-
trust you yet.
that there's no malice in what you guys tell. That's normal caution. I get it. That's all fine.
I give it to Erendriel for now. And as soon as we've talked about everything, we can give it to you.
You don't even know how I actually yet.
We
But that's
don't know
all
how
fine.
you what.
You haven't even. I haven't even given a full description of how she looks to you guys. So.
Oh, well, I mean, I see the picture, right? Isn't that how she looks? Doesn't she look like that?
Yeah, basically, but
He wanted to make a grand introduction,
Oh, sorry. That's just, I didn't even think about that because I was just looking at the picture. I was like, oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, you can explain.
So what do
Go
we see?
ahead.
all right. So what you do see? Luckily, I have this all in my hands. So
You see exactly what you see in the picture. That's it.
that will be fun, right?
Yeah.
You see before you a young woman from what you estimate somewhere late 20s. She has long, dark hair which flows down towards her shoulders. On her, you see partly obscured behind a lock of hair, a circlet which has 4 gemstones encrusted in it. On both sides, you see 2 opals and a half of an amethyst because of the lock of hair. On the part just above the nose, a tanzanite gem can be seen. When you look closer, you see that the amethyst shows a shine unlike the other 3 gems. But that's more for those that know a little bit about the magic stuff. Looking towards her ears, you noticed 2 earpieces she holds. These are gold inlaid aquamarines that flow down to complement the circlet she is wearing. From where her purplish eyes pop out from her face, in where you can see that there's a shine within, which has some. But you can see that has a magical sparkle inside of it that you do not see in a normal human being or half elf, which she is. And when you look around the neck area, you see a necklace going down towards a vial, which has a crimson liquid in it that some of you will recognize as blood. Looking down from where the facial area is, you looking there then at the top, the first thing you notice is the combat harness she wears. To the left of it, she has one of those hook clasps, and there's a spell book, which is just there as a decoration item, which she has from her house. And to her right, you see a small crossbow hanging on in a locked position with a quick fire clasp, which you can quickly unlatch a fire from. Under that harness, she wears a V-neck coat that is padded with a purplish-colored fur, which you can see within the picture itself. And on the left top side of this coat, you see weaved within a symbol of a crest, which has a bluish shield within it. And from the middle of that, it shows tentacles flowing outside of that crest with 4 lightning. 4 lightning symbols out of it. On the top and bottom of that crest, you can see 2 pearls, with under it the name flowing out of it, Lyrendar. And within that whole coat that she's wearing, you see under that a gray dotted upper part of a corset that she wears that is flowing down up until her waist area. And from that waist, you see a belt with the pouches, which you believe are the components for all the spells that she wears. The belt has the same black lines as a coat, with gold strands weaved within, flowing towards and stopping at where the buckle is. In the side that gold inlaid buckle, you see a different crest from a noble house, which is not the same as the House Lyrendar crest. And flowing from underside that belt is a long black skirt, flowing down with the same gold weave pattern as what she had from the top of her coat. And with the end, under the end, she has 2 small-heeled boots, which she travels with, which basically is how you represent how she looks.
Right. I like the thingy in the head.
The second house mark.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see what it looks like?
The second house crest is more of a shield with a wyvern in it, and under the wyvern there is a velvet symbol in it, which represents a house that is one of the merchant houses within what you suggest, a noble house within the region that she lives in. Which you will have to ask about.
Okay. Okay, so I gave the staff of power to Erendriel.
Yes.
Right. You put that in your inventory.
Yes.
And careful with using it. I would have told you about the, blowing up chances or whatever bad happens too.
I mean, we were told that all together at some point.
Right. Yeah, okay. Okay. I just be like, okay, anything else?
No, that was it.
I believe that was it.
Was there? I mean, I thought there had been books, but maybe it was the scroll. Okay. Well. Amalia, how long do you think it would take until we arrive?
Not long. You might be able to get a short rest and relax a little bit before we arrive.
Right.
Might be good for you.
I would prefer a longer rest, but yes, I'll take it.
Well, that might not be completely possible, but go down into the cabins below, and you will be able to have some privacy there, and yeah, to chill around, I suppose.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna get up and... Is she here? Does she stand just on the side?
I don't know. Are you, Lona?
Yeah, I'm just walk to the back and like looking out what the thing that we are leaving. Just looking out.
Yeah. Okay.
The railing.
Well, I'm gonna walk past and say, gonna take a short rest. Do you enjoying the view?
Well, I'm lost in thoughts. So I think the view is kind of distracting for now.
Well, enjoy the time. And he's gonna go downstairs.
Wait, before you go, Jeremy,
Right, he's not gonna go downstairs.
I just want to thank you for what you did for me in the Tower of Divination. You
What did they do?
you talked sense to me. I would have done something that I now believe would be very bad, but you helped me out a bit. So
I need to thank you because I died like 3 times today. If it wasn't for you, I would have died 3 times today.
that's of course that's what I do. I wish I could have saved more. And she looks out again.
And when I go downstairs, do I find a bed?
Yeah, I mean there are bunks, and there is also at the bottom, which seems to be the captain's quarters, but it's unlocked.
Don't mind if I do.
I'll walk to Amalia and ask, is there a workshop aboard?
Depending on what you need it for.
They have a toilet.
The most workshop that we can actually have here is for weaponry or carpenting on the ship and the cannons itself. So a very rudimentary one, meant for the repairs, not crafting.
Works for cannons, it might work for me.
Sure. In the front, you can use that area. Just kind of points you down to the front area of the ship.
Then I'll make way down there.
What are the rest of you doing?
I think Liam wants to walks to Amalia. Captain, are there any repairs still needed once we arrive at Bryn Shander? I mean, we were in a big fight. I mean, how's the ship looking? Has there any holes?
Right now, the ship is looking quite fine.
Okay.
We should be good to fly at least to Bryn Shander, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay. Thank you. Then I will take my rest as well, if you don't mind.
Please, by all means.
Then I'll move. To that part.
I would be just leaning and looking at Amalia, just like, 'Cause she doesn't know her, and she is like.
She kind of looks back at you with a unnerving, like, yes?
Hi.
Hello?
Who are you precisely?
My name is Amalia Holton. At your service.
Well, no, please, no.
It's a common phrase.
I don't care. So you're not a group?
I thought I did,
You,
but the group is very different from what I remember.
when did you meet them?
A very long time ago. There were other members of the group at that time. Actually, the only one that is still the same is Erendil. Everyone else has changed, I suppose.
Yeah, a lot of things happened when we were in those caves.
Right. well, not only that, as far as I can tell, but sure. Who are you?
My name is Hilara. Do you know the twins?
I have not been briefed much. I do know them, but they keep their cards close to their chests.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's like kind of how they are. Well, they put me together with the group, and now I'm here.
Right. And Onyx is still Onyx, but not really Onyx. And
Well, yes, Onyx is a dwarf now.
well, not just a dwarf, he's a Durigard.
A normal dwarf for me. Sorry. Other dwarfs are more the uncommon dwarfs for me. If you understand.
Fair enough, I suppose. They have a bit of a reputation here on the surface.
Well, so do drows.
True, but we see more drows than we see Durigards.
I mean, he's still Onyx, so it's just his looks.
So his usually unreliable, chaotic, yet
Oh yes, for sure.
sweet self. Oh,
Yes, that
Good.
didn't change.
and you lost one night, I heard as well.
Yes, quite
my
recent.
sympathies.
Yeah, it was quite recent that Adriel decided to do something to save our lives, but sadly lost his own.
Well, if there's a way to go, I suppose that would be one of the good ones.
It definitely fit him. Being the one that cared the most for the group, trying to make everything to get our lives out there safe, so I think it is okay. But yeah, that's why we have to go back to Bryn Shander and get some things. I also wanted to, like, we have a little house there, and I wanted to see if there's something that he left behind before we left to the caves, because we left in quite a rush back then.
I understand. We are making post haste towards Bryn Shander. I don't think the twins and your friend is there. My guess would be that they were probably going to Korea. However, they might surprise me. I just saw them teleport out. I have no idea where.
Even if it takes a moment to get to them, I'm just very happy that they are together again. I was very scared about him.
You were not the only one. He was thought dead for a long time, and if I remember correctly, things happened, and he is, well, he's not 100% himself either.
Well, that kind of makes sense after what happened.
I suppose.
I got a
and-
quick question.
Sure.
I just remembered this at the end of the last session, and then I forgot at the start. We got cursed to be afraid of the sky. Not all of us, but I think 3 of
Right.
us. And the sky is everywhere right now.
All right.
So, were
We'll
we?
take that one. We'll take that one as appropriate.
All right.
Let's just say that right now you are not getting a short rest.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
anyway, I can help you with. Just let me know, because you're safe just down there. So that's the only thing I can do, I guess.
Well, from what I understand, and have been told, your group, while being ever-changing, it seems, has managed to pull something quite remarkable in these godforsaken frozen lands. I believe it's a credit to you and your group that they have seen melted ice for the first time since forever.
That was a tough fight to get there.
Yes, a deity. It's not a lot of people who can say that they've slain a goddess. Or at least put her back where she belongs. One
mean,
piece
that's
of
not
advice
here.
with this group, if there's still anything from what I remember, they will definitely push the limits. They will definitely do things that are unconventional. But they mean well. They try hard. And at the end of the day, that's the important part. Their heart is with it. So far, at least.
It's good people. I don't
Good
know.
people
all
are
of
hard
their
to
personal
find.
events.
Well, speaking from personal experience, not many people do. We all have our ideas, we all have our ideologies, and we all have the things that we want to do. But if our core values are at least roughly the same, then it should work out. For now, though, you guys have pulled off something quite remarkable. And you have stopped one of the rituals. That you'll get more information on that when it's needed. Let's just say that had you not been able to stop what was happening here, it could have been very bad. Things are not well in Kovir. Things are tense, very tense. And, well, forgive Linnea. She speaks from the eyes of the house that she serves. To say that it is as much Breland who is now pushing things onto the edge is an overstatement, in my personal belief. As you might have guessed, traveling here, there are rarely only one or two interests. There are usually many, and they usually only come out when they least want to. The same goes for a career. There's a lot of interests at play, a lot of different people who want things, both good and bad. What I'm trying to say is keep an open mind. And take care of yourselves as a group. And when you come home, don't be surprised that you might not get a hero's welcome from everyone. There will always be some people who, see things differently.
Probably so, but as it is not my home, I don't expect much, but I get your point.
Where's your home?
Xandric.
Now might not be a bad time to go there. Consider careers, you know.
I can't really leave the group right now. We have some unfinished business here.
Right. I understand.
If there ever is a time where I can, I definitely want to go back, but currently I don't see that time happening. That's okay.
Never say never. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll get an offer from someone on an airship that you can't refuse.
I will keep that in mind.
Very good. She kind of just smiles and then keeps steering.
Where exactly were the places to rest?
Well, you can go down where the others have done, which would be the bunk beds, which is at the other end of the ship. Or you can go downstairs, where you would get a little bit more privacy.
I think I will just go where the others are. Maybe we will have to discuss stuff. We will see. Thank you.
Then follow down the ship, down to the bunk beds down below, or down ahead of the ship.
I will do so. Thank you.
Thank you. You see Onyx that she keeps like looking over at you with this like every time you're not looking, she kind of like really looks you, and then as soon as you kind of look around, she's like, you know, the classic kind of looks away, looks at the sky. She doesn't want to make eye contact, but you get the feeling that she's like not rudely staring, but like close.
It's an awful body, I know.
It really is. I'm sorry to say, Onyx. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, I have no clue why these things even exist.
He's like the best part of racist. He's the one who hates his own race.
How? Well, how? How did this happen?
Well, we were in the caves. And then there was Dune. And I died. And I got back.
Right. Well, from the stories that I've heard, I thought that you dying would be impossible, basically.
I mean,
You seem to always get out of it. Huh?
still holds true, it seems.
Oh, yeah. If I was there.
Sure. I mean, with a small alteration, but yes, I believe so. It's fair enough.
He can't die.
So are you still the old Onyx? The same memories, the same tendencies, the same...
I mean,
Okay.
I'm a bit more stupid, because it was apparently stupid. But yes, apart from that, basically the same.
Right. Okay. So what is your goal now? Is it like... Do you want to go back to your normal body?
Yeah.
That was persuasive. Do you want to go back to your old body, Onyx?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, with your look, you might get a few glances, especially
So
when you're in. It's not so much the dwarf part. It's funny because the other one said the same. It's more, the Duergards are known for their unpleasantness, like much more so than the Drows. The Drows people have kind of gotten used to, especially in Breland, where we've had a lot of different kinds of creatures. In Breland, we have, I guess, been lucky that we have been living like next to Drome in the sense that we have had visitors of all kinds of shapes and sizes, which means that we've been more acclimatized to different kind of races. And but still, Duergard, like really? I'm sorry. Good luck, and when people give you weird looks and stuff like that, try to ignore it. It probably won't help much to try and tell them that you got resurrected, that you were actually a Warforged, but now you're in another part, because I think it would probably blow people's minds. The whole idea of a Warforged that actually has a soul and then gets turned into, it's almost blowing my mind, and I know more than most. But I hope you find what you're looking for, whether it is your body or whatever it is.
well, I doubt I'll find my body, but yeah.
Well, a resemblance then, I suppose. I don't know. And fascinatingly enough, none of you really look alike. Some of the most colorable people I've seen are Warforged. They decorate themselves a lot. I don't know if you did the same. If I remember correctly, you did have Did you have glasses or something, or did you have only one? I don't remember.
I had a monocle.
Right, the one that got smashed into your face. That's right.
That's
Good times. Good times.
I had a mustache as well. Still need
You
to get my
did?
hair back.
That's right. I heard something about that. Half of it got broken off. Is that right?
Yep.
I mean, you've seen some shit.
Oh.
I mean, he could get a mustache now.
I mean, I mean, he would have a beard, but if you want to, you would have a beard.
Yeah, you can shave a mustache.
Wasn't that burned off last fight?
Oh, it's already grown back.
Singed.
It's still glowing in there, right?
There's a little bit less hair now than it was before. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird just standing here and talking to Onyx, who is no longer Onyx, who's now. Do you still call yourself Onyx?
Yeah. I don't really call myself Onyx, always call me on. Yes.
What would you call yourself?
Onyx.
Right. I'm not sure what I expected, so.
With an I.
Lona's gonna cut around like, even if you change
With
body.
an apostrophe over Onyx.
Apostrophe I.
Oh,
Well, do you? Forgive me if this is a rude question, but do you need to eat and drink and relieve yourself now?
Yes, it's very weird.
I could imagine that it would be very weird, considering that you haven't needed to until now.
Yeah.
Ale, right? That was your favorite? Ale, not wine and stuff like that, but ale.
Yes.
Good.
The non-fish kind. Because people keep giving me fish ale.
You've tried the fish ale. Yes, it's horrible. I don't know who had the idea of fish ale. Just the word fish in ale, like,
They should
blows
not
my
put
mind
that-
that someone can be that stupid. But I'll see what I can do to make sure that we have ale on the ship at least. Or when we're going back. Maybe see if you can find Crazy Pete. You might remember him.
Raise Pete.
I don't.
wow.
You will be happy to hear that. Right. You should probably go try and get some rest.
I feel actually kind of good. Let's do that.
Okay.
So I'll just take a look at the workshop. See if I can work with it.
Be my guest. For some reason, it's right next to the sleeping area, so try not to be too loud.
I can certainly try.
Good.
And as the ship rumbles and tumbles,
You guys, as you're trying to just hear a small explosion.
nice. Fire the cannons.
Hear all the
We've been attacked.
Oh no.
So the rest of Eventril and Lona, are you staying up there or?
Yeah.
Are they afraid of the sky? Both of, or
No.
no?
Rendel was
I
just
am.
leaning against the wall with his sword floating in front of him, just kind of idly spinning it around. Not really having paid attention to any of the conversation just now.
Yeah,
Fair
and Alona is still staring out in the distance behind them, leaving the caves of hunger and the sunken city.
Right. As the ship takes you away, it is a beautiful ship, and it is a quite large ship. Interesting enough, instead of being magically flown about where you can't really see it, these have these, as you can see, these rings that hold the ship aloft, which is typical for some of the larger vessels in Eberron. As I said earlier, this is very much not a leisure ship. This is much more of a warship, designed to do damage and to be nimble. Other than yourself, you see a lot of crew around that is going in and out. Most of them has the same house marking as Linnea does. But there are a few select people. Those that you recognize are some of the people that were on the ship with Amalia. Only one is really missing, Sammy, who unfortunately went overboard when you were very high up in the sky.
Wait, she hasn't lost anyone since? Man, we really were unlucky for her, right?
Yes, you were.
We were an awful party, that's right.
Yep.
Is there anything you guys wish to do here in the travel, or otherwise I will just continue to Prince Chandler?
Oh, it's now resting.
All right.
Ah, my old
I can't
character.
see anything.
Huh?
I can just
Nathan, he's alive.
Yeah!
He's back!
Oh, he's alive!
Can you give me normal vision?
Come on.
I can't see anything.
He just deleted Eladio.
It's so dark.
No. I mean normal vision because I have night vision, so I can see all the way up to here.
I can fix that by just doing.
I have a beautiful circle of light.
Strange.
Must be the blessing.
Yep. Now that's
Blessing
the blessing because
of the
now I
Holy
can
Ghost.
see everything.
Aha!
I see everything.
I see everything. Where do we land?
In this case, you would be landing. The fuck?
You're gonna
My
move the map?
arrow.
I'm just gonna place it there. It's fine. Fuck off. There you go.
No, the town hall moved. How are we gonna find the town hall?
They
now?
rebuilt the town.
Oh, that's true. I mean, I guess yeah.
Yes, Control Z.
Fuck it. Go away.
No, where's the
Okay,
town
so
hall? Okay, that's.
You're
weird.
placed on the east side of the town.
I want to go to the town hall. Where is it?
Hang on, hang on.
I'm kidding.
We're landing on the east side of the town, like just about 100 feet outside, maybe 200 feet outside the town. As the airship is quite big. It will have to land as it is still floating because there's no actual sky hook or anything, so you will be like repelled down. An awkward feeling at first, but you get enough help to make sure that you can get down properly. Onyx, roll me a Tinker's check to see if you can fix bad news.
I mean, I have to create a new one. I don't have one.
That is correct.
Yeah, got
Roll a Tinker's check. It is not to see where you can start with the base of it, but it's not the best. 16. It's just not enough good enough tools here. Like, it's more like you spend the time drawing out the things that you need, making sure that at least the idea isn't in place before you have to do the implementation.
I swear to God, dude, you're gonna make this gun and then you're gonna switch your body back, and it's gonna be like, well, now I have two.
I mean, that doesn't sound bad.
I see that as an absolute.
Well, bad. All right. Well, I guess we walk into the east gate, through the east gate to the council hall, because town hall is gone.
Yes.
Yes.
The city is in midst of repairs. Most of the place has been repaired. You also see that Bryn Center has actually, like, some of the wall on the eastern and northern side has been teared down to expand Bryn Center. Seems Bryn Center is growing. Several people are staying in Bryn Center, it seems. Since many of the other communities are still, like, completely destroyed and needs to be fully rebuilt. Means apparently some people just decided to, nah, fuck it, we're living here now.
Actually, I would let them go ahead and we would take a slight detour to see if Baylor and Guilfred's goods are still there.
And
If you remember, shit went down in that store, and they're dead.
yep.
Oh, no, he just knew that Eladio said, oh, we need to spread the name of Baylor and Guilfred's goods, and that's why he goes there.
Okay. At least.
Oh, Baylor and Guilford,
that's
sorry,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, were they dead?
No. Okay. No. Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Not the Black Iron Blades. I remember that those are dead.
Okay. Well, at least the Nea is gonna help sever some relief funds that the house brought with them down.
Sure.
That is a lot
Wait,
of.
you got a lot of money?
Hmm?
Nice. No, continue. Sorry.
Excuse me.
I'm not there. I already went to.
That's a lot of timber goods, supplies, some food, some materials that we brought from Kovir. I mean, still a merchant family.
Ah, wait. I have an idea. What is your favorite food?
My food?
Your favorite food? Absolute
Well,
favorite.
Cherry
I-
pie.
Cherry pie. All right. I take out the chest, which is the abracadabras. I say cherry pie. Think of cherry pie. How does this work? Wait, hold on. Is it your grandma's cherry pie, or your mother's
no.
cherry pie, or just normal cherry pie?
Just keep it at normal for now. It's
All
fine.
right.
Thank you.
Just normal cherry pie. And I open the chest.
There's cherry pie.
I give him the cherry pie. Sorry. Fuck.
That will be a problem for the rest of the campaign.
All right. Yeah. No, we'll get used to it. Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Well, here you go.
Thank you.
You tell me
And-
if it's poisoned.
And
Because this chest was from, a weird place.
Jeremy, roll me 1d6.
Great.
Linnea, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. How fun this? Well,
Oh wow, that's
You take a bite and you're like, it's crunchy, it's warm, and then you feel this. You know that feeling when you bite into a chocolate that you thought was just a normal chocolate, and suddenly
Oh,
you get a
yes,
surprise? Yeah.
yeah, I get what you feel. Yeah.
That's the immediate feeling you have, and it burns
Oh.
all the way down your throat. And you feel like it's not because it's like spicy. But you get the feeling that if you hadn't had a good constitution, yeah.
I
Is
give
it
the
not-
cherry. I give the cherry pie back. Thank you.
not good.
A little bit too hot for
Too-
me. Take a bite yourself and try it.
No. And can I prestidigitate it away like it's trash?
You can try.
I try.
No.
I throw it on the ground, so it's trash now. Can I prestidigitate it away now?
No.
All right. Well, then it's just gonna freeze.
Okay.
Okay.
About
I cover it
30
with a
seconds
little
later,
bit of
it's
dirt.
frozen. Yeah. Okay. It's gone now.
All right. Let's hope nobody eats that. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go to Baylor and Guilford's Goods to see if they're still
You
there.
see a
which I
rabbit
don't-
And I'm
over
actually-
through the snow and then nibble a little bit of it and then immediately.
No.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've seen in my life.
I'm actually gonna tag along to Baylor and Guilford's goods.
Oh well. Okay.
I'm starting to bring out the goods from our relief fund and ask Jeremy.
Mhm.
So where is the one that is in charge of this big city?
In the council hall. I'm sure Onyx and the Lara and the Rendril can show you, and I'm sure a Rendril wants to go there anyway, right?
If you guys want to first do anything else, that's also fine. But
Oh, we can go and see
I
her.
actually
She
need to go there anyway.
I
Okay.
have a feeling that whoever I'm looking for is not there, and in that case, I will just be 1 or 2 minutes behind you, maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5.
we'll bring
What's
out the
this?
goods and move them towards the council hall.
Right. Erendril and Lona. As you get to the area where
Erendril and Lona?
Baylor- Sorry,
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Jeremy. and Lona. As you come to the area where the shop should be, you see that the shop is there, but they are apparently packing things down.
Oh, well, I'm going up to them.
Immediately as you go up, Baylor is the one who greets you. The dwarf.
Oh,
Yes.
that's the uncool one.
Who the hell are you?
Hello. See, I have a friend. His name is Eladio, and he told me about this wonderful shop of yours, Baylor and Guilfred's Goods. He spoke so many good things, and so I was like, hey, well, I'm just gonna come here and buy from Baylor and Guilfred's Goods, and I'm gonna take this new friend of mine who has never bought from this store ever before to Baylor and Guilfred's Goods, so we buy from here together.
Well, I'll be damned. I didn't actually expect him to, share the word.
Well,
That's
of course,
great.
it was part of a deal.
Sure. Oh, sure. Yeah, they're welcome, I suppose. We're packing down, but I'm sure we can find something. What are you looking for?
Why are you packing down?
Because we're leaving.
Where are you going to?
Other places. We got an offer to tag along to, what was the fucking city? Road or something like that? Weird name.
Is it on an airship like that one over there?
Yes.
Ah, well, that's convenient. We're gonna travel together.
What was the name again? Of the city?
Road.
Road.
It's like the capital of what's the? Oh God, I've never been to that country.
Brelland.
Bretland. It's been so long.
It's been
We've
long.
been in this icy piece of place. Okay. Well, Lona, you go first. My plan is a little strange. What are you looking for? It's probably easier to find what you're looking for.
Yeah, well, I was hoping that I could find some incense and maybe some gems or perhaps diamonds.
Like a specific kind of gems we're looking for here?
Well, I would like to see if you have some ruby dust or diamonds, maybe.
Let me get my brother. Let me see what I can do.
Did you say
kind of
brother?
pierced. Yeah, he said brother.
Oh shit.
Guilfred is his brother. Did you miss that?
As far as that's how they see each other, at least.
Yeah, because he's an
He
elf.
kind of
I
like
think.
goes into
Wasn't he an
his,
elf?
yeah, he was an elf.
Yeah.
As he goes into their domain, their own little pocket dimension there, and it's about 5 minutes past or something like that. That's as Guilford comes out, kind of like just. Are you the
Friends of
one looking
Eladio? Yes.
for diamonds, right?
Yes, that's.
Right. Sure. Is it to like a specific use or just a gemstone in itself?
Well, I would like the diamond as itself. I would like to use it for revivify and stuff like that. And I would like the ruby dust if you have some. Or if you have a ruby that can be made to dust at some point, it would be great.
I mean, with the right tools, anything can be made to dust, technically. You said you were going to use specifically for Revivify, yes?
Yes.
Right. So a minimum of 300 gold pieces worth of diamond, basically.
Yes.
Only one or several?
It depends how many do you have.
I consider that I was told that apparently our deal has been working wonders and we are getting new customers based on it, so that's great. I can sell you I would sell you 3 diamonds worth 300 gold each For 800 gold, you will get 100 gold discount.
I'll take it.
Thank you.
Take it.
And he kind of like goes back in, comes back with these roughly same shape and size diamond worth 300 gold pieces to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patronage. Can I help assist you? He kind of like points to you, Jeremy.
What about the ruby dust? Did you not?
Not dust is not really our specialty.
Hmm.
I can sell you a ruby that can then be made to dust, but the process of making it to dust will have to be on you. For a fee, I would be able to dust it down, but it would cost.
We've been told that you are going to travel with this airship over there.
Yes, correct.
In that case, we are going to travel together for, well, a couple of days maybe. So whatever time you need to work on something, can you do it on there?
How much ruby dust are we talking?
I would like to have ruby dust worth 50 gold pieces.
Luckily, that's not enough. A lot is what I tried to say. Sure. And how much of that would you need? Just a 50 gold amount?
Well, I could.
It's a rather small amount.
Well, I can take it for 100.
100 it is then. And for the dusting down, it would be an additional 50 gold.
The 150.
Yes.
Sure.
All right.
So,
He kind of like goes back into the tent, comes out a few minutes later. This time it is it's Baylor who's coming out. Like, all right, and he kind of like takes the gem and he goes, "You needed this to powder, right?"
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and kind of like makes an incantation in the air, and you see his eyes flash for a few seconds, and he holds his hand over the stone, and then he kind of like goes from one side to the other side over the stone. You just hear like a, and now it's just dust.
And then he blows it in your face.
And then he kind of like takes a little leather bag, a really nice one that has their mark on it, and then he kind of like put it down and string it, and there you go.
Thank you very much. What did you need, Jeremy?
Right. Hold on 1 second. I need to get my thoughts straight. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So, I'm sure you know of the scrying spell.
I do.
Right. We found this, and he goes into this bag of holding, and he takes out the crystal ball that we found where the vampire died, basically. And as far as I remember, Eladio identified it, and it was non-magical. It was just a crystal ball. Right. We found this, and I would like to use it to cast the scrying spell. But as of now, I'm unable to do it. What I was wondering is if you are able to turn this item magical and implement the scrying spell into it. So that maybe once a day it can be used in that way.
That might be possible. It's gonna take some time, and
I understand.
Alright, just to make sure, is it you want to cast it through this as more like a focus, or do you want the item to be available to cast it?
No, I want the item to be available to cast it. If I could cast the spell myself, then I would not need your help, but I can't, as of now.
That's an interesting proposal.
I've been told by Eladio that you do fantastic work, and I certainly would not know anyone else who might be able to, well, create something like this.
Right.
And of course, the prices I understand we would need to discuss.
So, just check what.
So the idea would be that it's a crystal ball, which is a magic item.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that would cost. I have no clue.
Well, I mean, well, there's a lot of things to it, especially since Scrying has a component cost of 1,000 gold pieces in terms of like.
Yeah,
pearls.
but you should,
This
really?
as a ball would be depending on how you cast it.
Oh, I thought you just need a crystal ball, and then it's not consumed.
Right. In this
And
case,
I already have the ball.
That's you have the ball.
Yeah, focus worth at least
it's a 5th
1,000
level
gold
spell,
pieces.
so it's a fairly significant spell to cast.
Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was gone. Right.
I mean, you
It's
have the
a-
ball itself, and it's definitely possible to do it. It's fairly it's gonna take some time, and it's gonna cost some money. Just to let you know about that. I also consider that with the spell that you're talking about, when you have the material ready, it just has to be magically implemented. 1,000 gold.
It's okay with me. How long do you think it would take?
I'll probably take we'll probably take most of the journey.
Okay. Well, I will pay in advance. And I give him 1,000 gold.
He just kind of like looks at you with a look of shit. I should have said more. A deal's a deal, and then he kind of like takes the money and writes it down in a ledger.
Now they're gonna rip me off and disappear. We'll see.
Okay, Jenna's speaking here. Just a question: did we ever catch a soul while we were down in the caves of hunger? Wasn't that the thing that we wanted to do to
Yeah,
make?
we're like, hey, that would be cool if we get, but we have no clue how to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there was something they wanted to make, right? I vaguely remember.
I think it was a staff for Adriel, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe it was.
So,
No.
I mean, no?
No?
What was it for? I don't know.
A staff. They were making a staff of ice. From all I could remember, and they wanted us to find
Right.
a soul so that they could create a different kind of staff of that element. If we could do an imprisonment spell, which none of us has, because it's actually a quite heavily ice spell.
Right, okay.
Right.
Well, I would also say to him, if there's anything you can improve, or let's just say something comes up, I'm happy to pay more, as long as I can, obviously.
Oh,
So whatever you think you can.
In terms of in a spell like that, it is considered that the crystal ball that you have delivered here is a quite mundane item. Don't get me wrong, it's beautiful, but there will be limitations, is what I'm trying to say. It will not be a crystal ball that you can look in as much as you want. There will be some limitations, otherwise the stone itself will break.
Understand.
Since the foundation is not strong enough. If we want us to try and harden the foundation, it will be a lot more costly. Consider that this is a very long, tedious, and hard process. If you want to just go with what we have already agreed on, there will be some limitations in terms of how many times you can scry from the board itself per
What
day.
would
But
those-
basically, if you do it too much, the ball might crack and destroy.
So, for example, I could cast this scrying spell through the ball maybe once or twice a day, maybe more, but let's just say once or twice.
It would probably be once or twice a day, yes.
Right, and then if I want to improve on that to cast it more than once or twice a day, that would cost more.
Well, the better the core component, the better chance of having an item that can survive survivability for a longer period of time.
I see.
The core component here is a very standard, mundane crystal ball.
I see.
Which is a good start. That means that we don't have to try and create the base ourselves.
I see.
Which is why we can do this for 1,000 gold. However, the better the base is, so to speak, the more we can do.
I see.
We can try and harden the crystal ball and infuse it, but as I said, that is a long and tenuous process, and it will cost a lot of extra gold.
What about scrying will, as far as I understand, give whoever you are trying to target an opportunity to resist the spell,
Yes,
which
there are
can be made
some
easier or more difficult.
No, there's a pretty baseline opportunity. It depends on the person more than it depends on the spell.
So the hardening process would not affect that.
No, it would only affect in how many times a day that you can use it until the ball quite physically destroy or breaks at least.
I think once or twice a day would be more than enough as of now.
All right, then I suggest that we proceed as we are. Have done so, has agreed so.
Okay, well then I will see you on the ship, and
Yep, see you.
ready to go.
He kind of like turns around and goes inside.
All right. Adios. And we head to the council hall. Is that where you were? No.
That's
Council?
that's at least where I was heading towards.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
the
Council.
other party members.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, getting there is fairly easy. There's a lot of people around, and there's a lot of people outside, which is a nice sight for you guys because you have been used to, well, those that have been here. That are not people were mainly not outside, were staying inside to try and get warm, but now people are a lot more outside. There's sunshine outside, and it is, well, it's summertime actually. Which means that snow and stuff like that is also melting away quite rapidly. As you come to the council hall and are permitted inside, you do see that Speaker Duvessa is having a discussion with some representative from an unknown place. You don't recognize the markings, but she's having not a heated discussion, but a lively discussion. Do you approach or?
Sure.
I wouldn't, as long as she's in a discussion.
No.
Like, I would get a little closer and see if I can, like, catch some words, but I would keep my distance. Politely, more or less.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me a perception check then.
Okay.
9. You don't hear much. You're trying not to get too close to draw any kind of suspicion to you. You do hear one of them talk in a quite low and kind of rude voice. The only things that you catch he's saying is, "You've made enough deals with them already. If you keep this up, Karnath will no longer give you any kind of support." And that's basically what you hear.
Do I see her reaction to it? Like, does she feel, like, intimidated, or is she
She
the strong
seems...
person we know?
Yeah, she seems completely unfazed. She's just looking straight in the eyes of him with a cold look. Kind of like... You don't hear what she says, because she's doing it in an already low voice, but you can see on his demeanor alone that it has something along the line of, "Go fuck yourself."
I would not further approach than just let her do her thing.
A few minutes later, you see the two representatives that you now know are from Karnath. Kind of like just whips around, go straight past you without even looking at you, and go outside. And you just see Duvessa just kind of like, like a big sigh, and then he looks in your direction. Well,
I
this is a pleasant sight.
Is it?
Hi. We're
Yes.
back.
Welcome back, and it is good to see you.
Always nice
I,
to hear.
I understand not most of you, unfortunately.
So you got our message.
Yeah. My deepest sympathy with all of you. Believe it or not, but to the people here, you folks are heroes, and we mourned him, and still do, and will continue to honor and mourn him.
I mean, Adriel did a lot for them, so it only makes sense.
You all did a lot for us. Now, please, what can I do for you?
Well, my first question would just be how the penguin is doing. How's Kingsport doing?
He's doing just fine. He has been sent further northeast. We have made contact with some of the tribes there. You might know one of them since it was a talking moose.
Oh, the druids!
Yeah. We linked up with most of them, and he agreed to go there, especially since the climate is more suited a little bit further north.
That sounds perfect. Did you by chance have the belonging from Adriel?
I do. A moment, and she kind of like goes into her private area and comes out not long after. There wasn't necessarily much, but it's all collected here in a small chest. We haven't looked through it. We believe that is, of course, up to the rest of you to do at your own time. But yeah,
I'm just
Please,
nodding over to Arendriel. You should.
Take the stuff.
before you take the stuff, she kind of like holds on to the chest, not as in she wants to keep it or anything, just to get your attention. He was a good man. And go by the garden that he created before you leave. I think you'll like what you see.
What?
She kind of just pats your hand if you've got time to then give you the small chest.
when it is appropriate, I will step forward. I would step forward to the Vesa. I'd say, like, I'm terribly sorry. We haven't met. Maybe you've seen our vessel outside of your town.
Consider that we rarely see airships, especially from Kovir. Yeah, we've seen it. Welcome to our city.
Thank you. The House of Lyrendar it's a pleasure to be here. We brought some relief aid from what we heard from your attack by this giant dragon, I suppose.
That's very kind of you and much appreciated. It will be put to good use. There's a lot of people who will need homes and shelters and relocation, and we are expanding the city to make sure that we have room for everyone.
There's a lot for wood, food, any clothing materials or tools to build. We brought that with us. Take that as a gift, as we would love to make some dealings later to maybe set up a trade route between our two great places.
That sounds like a good idea, and we thank you very much. We're looking forward to start a more official trading partnership as well.
Once
In
once you're
terms of what we can also deliver from here,
Mhm.
we have a surplus of oil, and
oh,
we also have a surplus in terms of the mines that we have now been getting access to again. Once again, thanks to these fine people, the kobolds that they employed into our service has been most helpful in finding rare gems and items that can be sold for trading purposes.
these people are truly wonderful.
They have done a lot for our place here in Icewind Dale and will not be forgotten.
Good to hear. Once our relief aid and things are all in order and in the right warehouses and everything is in stock, we will definitely one of our representatives will return with one of our airships to sign the legal documents over and begin the official trading
Of course,
partnership.
we will make sure to have everything ready for that time coming.
Good. For now, I wish you all the best, and if there's any need of or anything, you can send us a note or bring us a note towards my house if you want to have anything already delivered or sent.
Thank you. That is highly appreciated, and we will reach out when needed.
All right.
Is there anything else the city needs right now?
I can't think of it. Considered from where we come from, we already have an abundance of a lot of things, especially since it is not snowing anymore and the cold is not so extreme either. Believe it or not, it's meant to be summertime in this area now, and I do believe we actually have a couple of plus degrees outside, which is rare. I would say that things are definitely going in the right direction. Now we just, like other cities, I suppose, need the labor for whatever needs to be done here. But luckily, we, with the surplus of people that has arrived here, that is not really a problem either. But as I said to Erendril, go by the forest, not the forest. We call it a forest for some time because some of the things that has grown there with the help of Adriel has grown quite rapidly. Walk past there. I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Absolutely will.
Now, if you'll excuse me, it was a pleasure to see you all again.
Thank you.
What did you say?
I will not.
Okay. Don't change, Onyx.
Uh,
Good luck.
Just because I need
understand.
more.
You need more what?
Is the Black Iron Blades still inhabited? Or can I make use of it?
It was teared down after the whole incident in there. It has been refurbished. It's no longer a blacksmith. It is
Forge somewhere again?
well, try and go over there and look for yourself, I suppose.
Sure.
If you'll excuse me, I have a lot of representatives from our friends in Kovir. A lot of different areas that wants to suddenly make contact now that it's more viable, and a lot of legal things that has to be kept in check. Very happy to see you. I'm glad that you're alive. Go by the new workshop up there and the planned area as well. And I hope to see you all soon again. As she kind of like takes her things, gives you all a warm smile, and then walks into what seems to be a room full of people that are already shouting. And you can see, like, right before she enters, she's like, then rank her like the whole back and cracks her neck a little bit, and then she walks into immediately. You can just hear her voice going, "Shut up and listen!" And the door just slams.
Wonderful.
I think they will be good here.
So, would
Basically,
we?
as that happened, Jeremy, you guys would arrive there as well. As you were going there afterwards, so you would be together.
You're muted, Jacob.
Already finished?
Yes.
Just did.
Well, perfect. How's the penguin?
He's doing good. He's with the druids.
Great. If I look at Arendriel, does he have the stuff?
He's
There's
carrying
a
little
small
chest.
chest in this answer.
Right. Well, apparently Baylor and Guilfred's Goods is going to travel with us, which you might like, Onyx, because I'm sure they have a lot of ways for you to work there on whatever you want to work on.
Yeah, if they can bring their tools, that would be definitely better than what they already had.
They have the tent thingy, right, where you walk in and it's a giant, right?
Yep.
Right. I think if as soon as they just put up their tent, you will have a
You think
a
they
lot
put
of
up their
space.
tent on the ship? Is that what people do?
I mean, it's a tent.
I don't know. This thing still confuses me a lot. Like it's in the air, but it's not supposed to be in the air.
I mean, they are apparently they are going to be working on something for me while we are flying, so apparently they can work. So yeah. I guess we can get back to the ship, or we can try and help them, and then we're gonna
No, I
get
want
off
to
faster.
do something else before.
Oh,
Okay.
so where do we go first? Do we want to go to where your forge is, or to the garden that your brother helped?
I mean, we don't have to get to the forge with Onyx. He can do that on himself. He did that often enough.
Okay. Then I believe we will go to the garden.
Yes, please. I really want to know what happened there now that she said it like that. I'm looking over to Arendriel like, you too? Are you okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
All right then.
All right. Onyx. As you are going up to the New York, when you come fairly close, you see that it has indeed been changed a lot. It is no longer like a blacksmith at all. But you see a lot of like it more like a workshop of a kind. Right now it seems to be unoccupied. There's no people there. For some reason, when you come, people give it a wide berth, like they're walking around it.
All right.
The door is closed, I'm assuming.
Uh-huh.
I'll just knock a few times.
Okay. As you knock the third time, the door just bang, and like the front axle kind of like drops off, and now the door is instead of being like this, it's like hanging like inwards.
I'll just kind of kick it open all the way further.
It doesn't take like a small kick, and you hear the other one go bang, and then the door just fall down to the ground, and you hear like from deep inside the house, you just hear, "Wait a minute, I will be right there."
Oh, it's Jeremy. How did you get there so fast?
And kind of, and you see this this weird guy who has this shimmering cloak on that seems to be shimmering in all kinds of different colors, but the coat goes like, as you look over, it's not like really a coat, it's more like a big onesie that he's wearing.
Nice.
It looks really weird, but it seems to be this weird patched together thing that is both protective, but also when you look at him, your eyes you have to blink several times more than you're used to because the light on him is just so weird. And he has these huge spectacles that has the smallest spectacle in front that has even smaller spectacle in front. So when he's looking at you, he has this like big ass eyes that he's looking at you from this distance. And he has completely weird frizzled hair that is like half white, half black. And until you realize he has white hair, the other is just soot in his hair. and he's kind of like greasy, and he has a tool belt on, and then he's carrying like a little barrel of about this size, that he's just kind of like carrying, like very protectively carrying, and then he's kind of looking at you like, yeah, what can I help you with?
Your door is broken.
Yes. Did you do it?
I guess.
That's rude. Come in. He kind of like walks in, and as you walk around, you see that all kind of different places that you're in, this place is filled with gunpowder. Careful of your step and don't light anything, please.
Yep.
You can't send Onyx into a store full of gunpowder. He's gonna blow up the city.
You kind of like
decoration.
as you kind of like go past it, and you come to like the main area. You see that he's working on something. He has this little box that he's working on, and he's sitting with it. And he's like looking it over many times. The type of guys. So what can I help you with? And you kind of like take these spectacles, and you can almost like zooming down. He presses a button. You see all the smaller ones like click in front, like 4 or 5 of them, until he zooms all the way in. Then he's like, yes. Shit.
Oh.
Now speak up. What can I help you with?
I once had a gun.
Congratulations! I had one too.
And I'm assuming, looking around this place, you might be able to give me a new one?
I don't really work with guns. I work more with the component of gunpowder. It is a fairly new thing in this area, you understand. It is very recent that it's even been found out how to use it properly. Right now, I'm trying to make this, and kind of like give it to you. Don't shake it. It might blow up. It is still a little bit unstable. And from what you can see, you have like this like cylinder. Wow. Okay. That has like a small little fuse and some things drilled into it. What are you doing?
I shake it.
As you begin shaking, he just like immediately grabs your hand and says, "Stop! It is very unstable." Do you hear a ticking noise? You hear like from inside the instrument, you hear like tick 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 tick, and like, oh no, give me that. And he kind of like takes it back, and you see that the things begins clicking in again. He's like looking over it, and he's like, okay. You see like he takes like a little, looks like almost like an ice pick that he takes, but it's just way smaller. And then he kind of like zooms all the way, and he finds the one single spot, and he goes, "Well, if this is our last time, it was a pleasure to meet you." And then he punch it through. Yeah, okay. As it punches through, you hear the clicking, and immediately stop, and you just see some of the gunpowder that runs out, mixed with other material. And it kind of like waits there for a second, and it's diffused.
What were you saying? What
It's
was
almost disappointing, actually. I was expecting. What can I help you with?
the gun, but I guess not.
I can provide gunpowder that you would need for the gun. Yes.
Do you know?
I can even provide you with some of my new special blend. I call it Powder Burn.
Great name.
I'm still working on the name. The idea is that when the bullet hits, it is overfilled with this special blend, so that the target that is hit is caught on fire.
Alright. That sounds pretty good.
Yes? You interested? Yes?
Yeah.
Very good. And kind of like goes over and he takes like almost identical cylinder as the one you had before. Don't shake, please. Though this should be more stable, this one. So the idea is that on the top there's like a little metallic thing that you can like push out, and then you can put it into the weapon that you're using. and that excess of powder will then, but this should work. And this one would hold about 20 charges, give or take. Interested?
Yes.
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 Very good. 100 gold.
I'll give you 80.
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah.
Mm, 95.
Has it been tested yet?
Yes, rigorously.
Inside.
Successfully.
Roll an insight check. I mean, he's hard to read. He's very eccentric.
How about 90?
92.
91 and 5 silver.
91 and 5 silver.
Deal. And kind of like pushes towards you.
Oh god.
All right, so you now have a powder burn, which is 20 charges of powder burn, which has a 25% chance of, when on a hit, to douse the person in flames, basically. They erupt in flames, but it's a 25% chance, so you roll with a percentile dial, and if you roll between 0 and 25, 1 and 25, they will burst into flames.
And have some regular gunpowder too.
Ah, easy. Kind of like takes a. How much would you want?
How much does a small barrel cost?
Small battle. Kind of like goes away and there's a bag on. You hear things start shattering on the ground. He's like, for fuck's sake! And then he comes out rolling with a barrel that he's basically just rolling on the floor. There, that should do it. It's like I don't know. It's a lot. How much do you need?
How much would that barrel be?
Lifetime supply.
Yeah. Well, kinda. If you want to hold a keg like this one, which would have more gunpowder than the smaller one you had, this is about 20 pounds or so, which would be about 260 gold.
Make it 250.
Sold.
251 and 5 silver.
So you get like 20-pound powder keg.
Well, I think that's all you can help me with then.
Fantastic! I'm happy to be of service, yes?
Yes.
Tell your friends about me. We need more customers that are not afraid of gunpowder.
Yeah. And I walk away.
Where did I put my lighter?
And I walk away.
Can't like see him just walk away. I'm close to the door. Oh, never mind.
I'll pick up the door and kind of jam it in the face.
Sure, okay. One of these days when something's burning, he's trying to get out. What the fuck? Who jammed the door?
Something is burning. If something is burning there, he's fucked anyway.
Yeah.
All right. So the rest of you, that was going towards Scarlet Place. The first thing, you walk through all these houses that you has walked through many times before. And as you come over to this farm area, you see that in the beginning it looks like just a normal farm area that you've been used to. And at first you're like, well, it's not much of a difference. But as you get further in, you see that half of this farmland is not a farmland anymore. It is like literally a small forest. It's not big per se. It would almost be something that you would experience in a if you're going to the zoo and they have like a small forest area for animals. It would be more enclosed that way. There's all kinds of different trees that you have not seen in this area before. Eventually, you do recognize them as you see them as trees inhabitant to the Elden Reaches. And you see different kinds. They haven't really become grand yet. Some of the trees in Elden Reaches can be quite fucking huge. These are still young, though grown with some help, with a bit of an unnatural speed. There's a lot more flora, a lot more flowers, and while no wildlife, there's a lot more birds. Something that you haven't experienced either in this place either. All kinds of exotic birds. Immediately, eventually, again, you recognize these as being birds that does inhabit from the Elden Reaches. How they got here is anyone's guess. As you walk through some of the trees area, it is almost idyllic in here, and in the middle is probably what she wanted you to see. In the middle there is one big tree that has kind of like not pushed the other side, but just respectively has more room, as it is much more thick and much more grander, and already has a bunch of leaves on them, even though most others in this area are just barely growing their leaves. This one seems to just be fully blossomed at all times. And around this big tree trunk that goes all the way around, you see carvings of each and every single one of you carved into the tree in different kind of heroic positions. And at the top of the tree branch, before it begins going out into its crown, you see a carving of Adriel. Staff in hand, raised, and what appears to be a sun that is carved, shining down on all of you. You see flowers that is all over the place, and it's kind of like mossy bed. That means that when you walk around it, even barefooted, it's extremely soft.
And what are the temperatures in this like forest-ish
in here,
area?
in here in the forest, it seems to have been increasing like quite a lot, going from only a couple of degrees to maybe around 12-15 degrees in here.
Mm-hmm.
And right next to the tree, you see a wooden, not statue, but more like a big memoir. And on this big plate, you see all the names of the people that lost their lives in the battles of Prince Shantar. And at the very end, with the biggest letters, is Adriel's name carved in as the freshest one. As this seems to be a memorial to both him, a respect to you, and a place where people can go and reminisce on those people that they lost those days.
Well, this is my favorite tree of all time.
But the stuff that we got, did we get the staff as well? Because we sent that with Kingsport as well. You said it's a small chest, so probably.
You would have been given those as well.
Look over to Arendriel and be like, don't you think we should leave them the staff? I mean, would be kind of fitting here.
Yeah.
Could either put it next to the tree or put it up here. I don't know. It'll be up to you. I think it would be a nice gesture for them and for him.
I can't attune to the staff, and so I can't use it. But I knew from later how it had a function to turn into a tree. Yeah, despite not being able to actually actively use it, I tried to activate it in the on the edge of the more open space for the carved tree.
Try and activate it. Nothing really happens at first. It's not really your forte. And as you try and activate it near the big tree that is more special than the others, so to speak, the staff kind of like goes to be like extremely stiff and stand on its own. And as you take a few steps back, you see that it's almost melding into the already existing tree. And as you look up at the carving there is with Adriel, you see that while he looked like he was lifting the sun, he is now carrying the staff, almost like this tree itself carved it out to fit more properly into the drawing. It seems, at least in terms of this resting place, the tree has given its farewell as well. And you guys can see basically on the roots of the tree that it is digging a little bit deeper and sprouting a few more flowers, almost like it is growing a little bit, even by you guys being here.
Just gonna put my hand on the carvings. Just gonna stand there for a bit.
Almost like the surroundings can feel the respect they want to give to the dead, and the sorrow. The birds quiet down, trees are not rustling. It's not like an eerie silence, just a respectable one.
It's like he made his own little witches. Same trees, same birds.
Well, I guess he wanted others to feel the joy of this place that he felt himself. And he will never be forgotten for that.
I'm sure at some point in the future, some child who comes here will be motivated, and maybe someone will earn to wield the staff once again.
His story will live on. And Lorna goes to the tree and put a hand on it and whispers, "Forgive me for not being able to do more." And with that, she takes a little minute and then she starts to leave the grove. And walking back towards the other side of the city.
Must have been a great inspiration
He
and
was.
a good friend for you all. I'm sad I never knew him.
I would have liked him, probably, from how far I can say right now. He was a good one.
Take all the time you guys need. If you need anything, I'll await you outside of this group.
And as you're leaving, Lona, you see, taking care of the undergrowth and the area, one of the frost roots that lives in the areas. The others would recognize her as Elfir, one of the druids that you met, who has elected to stay behind and take care of this garden to the best of her abilities. She doesn't say anything, she just quietly nods with a respectful nod and then do her thing.
I'll nod back and keep walking.
I could definitely use some rest, but ever since we're out of the cave, I can't really seem to calm down.
Feels a little bit better in here now that you can't see this guy.
Oh.
But still there, you know.
Oh, I feel the same.
Yup. It feels better in here in the grove.
I definitely know what you're talking about, Jeremy. Weird.
Let's see. Maybe it's better tomorrow. When I
Okay.
feel blessed. I'm kidding. Is there anything else you've wanted to do here?
Well, I just wanted to check out if we left anything in the house behind. Just making
Right.
sure. Also checking on that mirror if it's still there, and if so, if it's like still able to hurt others.
Wasn't it gone last time we were there?
No, yes, but this mirror had weird ways of working. So also you're not there.
No. And I mean, that's why I'm talking like you. Wasn't it
no,
gone?
it was, but at some point it was also there.
How
and then
do
it
you
was
know
not
that?
there.
Because I was there. I was there with you.
It was a weird thing. So that's why. I would
Right.
like after some time would like check on Narendra if he's okay with leaving yet.
I'm
So-
just gonna stay here for a bit. Go on it.
Fine. Do you want to just come to the airship whenever you feel ready, or should I pick you up?
Will I say it then? Mike isn't really picking it up properly.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, basically just the question if you want to come to the airship yourself, or if I should just come and pick you up here.
I'll be there in a bit.
All right, take your time.
And I sit down in the grove and take out the box.
Okay. In the box you see a journal of sorts. You also see an acorn.
Yeah, check the journal.
Okay. As you move around in this not a small box, you see that there's a note as well to the acorn, and just kind of like shuffle things around, and you take the journal out. It seems to be of his memories and his thoughts about all of you, basically. Do you read it through?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the first things that you see is mentioned about Onyx. You see him write that a very, very bad drawing that kind of resembles Onyx. Think like a stick figure. Middle Warforged face is really bad. But
Have a monocle
It's-
and a mustache.
it's definitely Onyx. At least we're pretty sure it's Onyx. And there are some text beneath that said that I made a mistake. He didn't come out as I wanted him to be. I hoped I would have been able to create him like he was, but when I tried to make him, I mistakenly saw those Duragard which we fought here. It shouldn't have happened within the moment. It just shouldn't. Now he has to live in a body that's not his own, live with the consequences he's not one to be responsible for. But in truth, how much can you really blame a toddler for his action? I failed him. I should have tried to guide, but instead I judged. I'm sorry, Onyx. You deserve a better friend. And I will try and find a way to revert you back to the body that you belong to. On a further page in the journal, you see one that is marked for Elara. And it says, Elara, if only we had met under better circumstances, and long ago, maybe things would have been different. You're remarkable and remind me much of the times I spent with Eletha prowling the woods and hunts. You were proud of your people well, even though it's different. I cannot fathom how hard it must have been for you, but I see that beside all the prejudice you are still a caring woman. I am humbled by people like you that defy their nature and become something unique. I spoke a lot with you about nature and that they Feywild, and what it can do for you and what powers it brings. Therefore, I shall write this down if anything happens to me. To gain the power of the Fey and make them appear as the creatures that you know, you have to look into yourself and feel the gaps within the world to beckon them there. After you sense them, see before you their shape and how they look. My favorite was the wolf, for example, and it will serve you well.
Yeah, his favorite was a fucking wolf.
Remember, you are the balance of your own life, and you deserve the good things coming for you. About 2 pages further, you see a title and a drawing that resembles Lona. It says, Lona does intrigue me, just as much as Onyx did when we first met. Her moon blade does raise some suspicion, and I shudder to think of the thought of in the ways that she might have gained it. She would definitely get attacked for it if we were in the Elden Reaches. But I believe she did not murder anyone for it. A moonblade chooses its wielder. And if she can wear it, then that's all the reason for me to call her the rightful owner. I just wish that I knew her more. Her alignment to both her goddess and her duty seems like she has a code. I just hope to have the opportunity to talk more in details. That we might have a great laugh talking about different bird types. I wonder if she would like that. On the last page, you should see one that resembles Eladio. It says, Eladio is still as quirky self as ever, always making his presence known and making the world a better place in his own special way. I will always see him as he remains the face of the group, whether he likes it or not. He did grow more into his leader role, being more open for input and being an amazing support. Maybe we could try a flute and lyre session. I wonder if he would like to jam some of our music once we get back to Kovir. That would be fun. As you turn it over and you see the acorn with the note, it mentions yourself. It says, Brother, I'm so happy to have you still with me in these dire and icy colds. My fear of losing you to that ice goddess would have horrified me to the point of running back to the Elden Reaches. But you resisted her, and together we threw her back to the place that she belonged to. Now I hope we survive this adventure, and soon we'll see Mom, Dad, Makillan, and Eletha. She will be overjoyed to meet us again. I give you this ancient oak acorn. Lion, the Archdruid, gave it to me a long time ago. That's basically the things that you see here for now.
Just kind of stare at Acorn for a while. If only I could have the power like you to quote. And I stand up and head to the ship.
All right. Most of the rest of you are in the house. The house is pretty much empty. Seems to have been cleared out in anticipation of you guys' departure. The few things you had there, like working gear in the workshop and sleeping things, are like neatly packed and just waiting for you guys to be picked up. You should check upstairs and in the room where the mirror was. It's eerily empty. Make me a perception check or investigation.
Okay. Perception check.
Okay, as you check upstairs, mirror is gone. And as you kind of like look around, a little disappointed, but probably not surprised. Then you do spot like a little in the corner. You see like a little glintering glass
All right.
that seems to have not been taken away as well. With the 20 perception, it seems that it's possible that a mirror was shattered here and has been cleaned up, but a chunk of the shard has been missed.
I beckon the ones that are with me to come take a look at the piece that I saw. What do you guys make of this piece? Is this what resembled your mirror?
Well, it could be a piece of it for sure.
I'm not even sure that you should take this.
No, you definitely shouldn't.
Okay. Was it?
And
was it
she's
an-
like, God damn it! I gotta think of something else to fuck him over now.
was it something evil or?
Well, you could say so. Well, it was at least related to the Frost Maiden, and everything that was related to her was nothing good.
Okay.
So, it's probably better to just not take it with us. Don't want to run around with the spyglass from her.
Maybe it is for the best.
I can only hope that the town folks got rid of every remaining pieces they have.
I hope so too. I do have a proposition for your party once we're all back on the festival and you guys are all ready for it, of course.
I mean, I have everything settled that I wanted to do here, so if it's not for anyone else, we can definitely go back to the ship.
Yeah. I would like
Alright.
that.
We should check on Arendriel.
He
He's
said
still-
he is coming to the ship when he's ready.
All right.
He will need some time.
I believe that.
Is there an umbrella in the room, in the house?
Umbrella?
Roll me a 1d20.
Nice.
Roll.
Yes.
I take the umbrella.
Okay.
I open the umbrella.
it does the classic where you open it and then the umbrella part just. Boom.
Do I feel better when I'm outside? Just a little?
No.
I tried. Well, I have an umbrella now. I'm gonna add it to my inventory.
You can't just have a handle of an umbrella, the rest just fell off. So?
You guys are moving towards the ship after an appropriate amount of time, joined by Eberron as well. And as you're on the ship, you're kind of like, how did we not see it before? The little forest area is quite visible from up there, and you see that the tree in the middle is quite larger than the others. And weirdly enough, despite there being no wind at all, the trees are waving and saying its last goodbye. As the captain, Amelia, stands on the ship and looks at all of you, not wanting to intrude or anything, just gently asks, "So, are we ready?"
I think. Wait. And he looks like up, like he's listening to someone. And then he looks back down. It's like, Ladio said there is a hag.
Yes.
I don't know anything about a hag here.
Right, we kind of know where it is. It is connected to, and he looks back up again. To
She
Jack?
begins looking up as well, like,
To Jack. I'm not sure why you're letting me talk. This would go way faster. You know,
Right.
guys know, right?
Jack, I'll let him explain things himself. I think that's for the best. When things went down, and whatever you did in the godforsaken place, it changed things here as well. There was an area with the spire, not far from here, like northeast-ish, with an area that was engulfed in nasty stuff. I can only assume that might be where the hag would be living, yes? Well, that area is clear. Whatever you did, I don't know what effect it had on the land, but it seemed that this hag is no longer staying in this area. And apparently it has had some kind of an effect on Jack. I think, from what I can tell, Jack has always probably been a rough one. Probably not shy of a drink or two. But he might not be the fully the Jack that you remember. Something changed in him, and I do not know what. But you know him better than I do.
Okay. Well, in that case, we go south.
Yes, and therefore, when you guys are all ready for it, I do have a proposition for you. You've from what I've seen here and from what I've experienced with you guys back in that small part of Eberron, you guys are a great group of adventurers that can do remarkable things. and you guys have fought your way from there and back again and made this land better. But in Kofir, we have a bigger problem. There are problems within Breland. There are problems in Aundair. There's problems within Karnev, Train, and even with the Moorland. I humbly ask you to go with me to my home within Storm Reach, which is part of Aundair, to seek the aid of the monarchy there, seek the aid of my house. Only a small part of my house has granted us the request of the Dark Lanterns, and I would love for you guys to be a part of something greater and have the support of a country behind you more than only the Dark Lanterns. If we could help you out, and you could help Aundair out with a problem they are facing, which is sadly also a lot of part of diplomacy, which I definitely need your group for. We could work together to grant you the full might and support of Aundair in what you need. And looking towards Lona, and I hope that your Dark Lenses are hopeful for that as well, that maybe Breland and Aundair can work together in that fact.
I will definitely talk with my superiors about it when we reach the mainland.
All right. There's definitely some of them that are already in Stormreach, but there's also our Aundarian secret agency that will also have our eyes on us. So that is up to you guys. If you want to journey with me towards Aundair, that is one thing that we can take. The other is that we go to Road and go where Amalia and the Dark Lanterns want to debrief you. But also do remember that Road is not the same road as some of you might have remembered. There's war with Drome, and a lot of the people are recruited for that fact. So you will see Breland in a different state than it once was.
Just because it has been a long time, I think we should see the Dark Lanterns first. But after being briefed, I am more than willing to help you.
It also has... Thank you. It also has dealings with you, Arendriel. Our countries, the Elden Reaches and Aundair, have a past which you might not have known since you came from deep forest of the real Elden Reaches. A part of our country broke off and went with the Elden Reaches, and there's a conflict on the rise of one of the brothers of our dear queen that wants to eradicate those people and reach into the Elden Reaches. And I don't know how many problems the Elden Reaches is already facing, but I want to stop that. I want to make sure that that does not happen. And we might help the Elden Reaches and Breland in their plight. But it also means that we will have to act on a more diplomatic way, so that fighting will be the last resort we go to. Plus, I know that some of you have had dealings with House Orion, which will also come into play, since our two Dragonmark houses are not in any way friends.
Roll me a history check, Erendril. Well, okay. As she's talking, you're like, oh, I wish I heard more. Like I was listening more when I had history lessons back in the time. From what you do know, during the last war, Dylan Regis did secede from Onder, which means that Onder lost about half of its total area, about a fifth of its population. The Knights of Arcane, as I recall, were bravely fought for Onder, along with peasant militias. And from what you remember from the Ondarians, they maneuver with light cavalry and have a lot of magical support from wands. But you also do remember that Dylan Regis and Onder do not have a fond relationship. Onder wants them to bring them back into under one nation. The Elden Regis does not want to get back under one nation, and they have been at odds for quite some time. But the details is not something that you really remember. You just remember like the broad strokes.
Yep. I will suggest if we will go to out there, which I'm happy for that you guys are also choosing, and definitely we will first go back and debrief. You will get a favor, each and every one of you. That you can ask to me to help you within ask support for my house, or and I will see and I will help you find what you're looking for. That is what I can do, to use the influence that I've gained in my life to help you guys out in what you seek, if you guys have anything.
Sure, that sounds fair to me. So then we will head to road first.
Yes.
Have the briefings, and either with Amalia or by ourselves find our way to Storm's Reach. Was it?
Yes, right. Storm's Reach, which is the island north of Aundair, which is inhabited by mostly our house.
Can you put on the map for? Because I have a map open. It's only it says Storm Home.
Sure.
But I can't.
Good old continent map. This will take like forever to load in. So
yeah. So wood.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, Storm Home is the city, but the island is called Storm Reach.
The island is called Storm Reach. Yes. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yeah, because the capital of Onder would be Fairhaven.
Yes, now it would be Fairhaven, right? Because there's also that whole problem. But what I also will help you with is, once we go to Onder, be prepared that those people that are magical, which is almost the entire populace, also has a fashion sense that is unlike any you've ever seen, which will mean that we will have to clothe you appropriately towards the nobles that we will be talking to. Last year was an entire fashion trend with feathers. I still have an outfit for that. But nowadays, luckily, for maybe some of you, black is totally in.
Make me a history check.
Yes.
Get me. Make me a history check.
History. I am rolling terrible.
From what you have been told
Mm-hmm.
by your other self,
Mhm.
Ondarians are known for being quite arrogant.
Oh yes.
Even though arrogance is not
Okay,
really
I'm back. I was
a
gone for
unique
5
trait.
seconds.
They are
Ondarians- Yeah.
known for being quite arrogant, even though arrogance is not really a unique trait among the 5 nations. But nonetheless,
Right.
the Ardarians, as from what you remember, they learn from a young age the results of a strong will in competition with others. They are
Okay.
very competitive in any and everything. Like even as they would be the kind of type that even a football game just for the loss, they would go all in, and they would be pissed off and throw the controller if they lost in FIFA. Like they're extremely competitive.
Mhm.
They're not like it's not like they're thick-headed or anything, but they will rarely concede a point if they believe to be right.
And if they don't believe to be right, will they then concede a point?
They might do it after the fact, so not open to your face, but might
Yeah,
afterwards be
right,
like, "Oh shit, he might have a point." But not openly. Fucking hell, not openly.
I know that I'm wrong, but I'm not gonna admit it.
Which also means that politics in this place is very just like two sides just keeps butting heads. Ondarian is also the place where you would indeed see the most public duels, as it is seen as a standard way of resolving things in Ondare.
Ooh. Oh man, that's fun.
Which means that also
Onyx is gonna have a shit ton of fun.
which means that also a lot of Ondarians have adopted names for specific maneuvers and styles used in duel. They take this very, very, very seriously.
Okay.
With the 12,
Sounds like a great place.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you can remember with the 12. It's not a good roll.
Well, I would tell the others this, and then I would add that Onyx will have a great time.
Well,
As you say, Onyx will have a great time. You hear a scoff from Amalia, which tries to stifle like a cough. She's like, sure.
I always have a good time.
well, you are right. We are very what you call arrogant. But the house that I serve, the half-elves that I serve, you will have a milder time at where I live than would you live in the capital of Fairhaven.
Well,
They are.
And yet we have to dress up to be listened to.
I'm very sorry. I didn't make those rules, and I will do my best to give you anything and help you out with anything you need to at least stay in your own comfort zone within your clothing, but still look the part for them.
I'm sorry,
don't?
Linnea. I'm a bit confused. You say you serve a house. You mentioned
Yeah.
the house of Alandrar.
Lyrenda.
Lyrendrar, yeah. But I couldn't help to notice that you have a second crest wearing. Has that anything to do with what we are up against, or?
No. My parents are higher nobles around there. They live in Stormreach. They have several grounds, and they are a wealthy merchant family, mainly producing velvets and materials and other stuff in that regard of wealth. But they gave me a way to the house at an early age for my sorcerer potential and the dragon mark I hold. It's a difficult situation, and if you don't really mind, I am proud of being part of it, but there also are certain parts that will conflict a lot with my house and its neutrality, according with my pride as an Ondarian, and it's a big mess with that sometimes. And I do have to attend meetings and balls and different stuff for both diplomatic parts on my house's behalf, but also on my family's behalf, and there are definitely a lot of strings.
You feel like Amalia kind of said, "Why do you?" I'm sorry, Luna. That's what's your name, right?
That's true.
Why do you insist on calling it Stormreach? If I remember correctly, Stormreach is in Centric. The original Stormreach as well. I mean, is there something I've missed? She's kind of like looking confused, trying to gain like some of the conversation that you guys have and trying to keep up. That maybe I've missed something. I've traveled a lot, but the only Stormreach I know is in Centric. It's also known as the City of Ruins, because it was built upon a giant ruin, and I don't mean like a giant big ruin. I mean a giant city, like not a big city, but a city for giants. And the ruins of that.
Wouldn't
very
it
hard
be a
to explain.
giant city if it's a city
giant
for
city
giants?
for giants. But
Right.
that sounds idiotic. Yes. Stormreach, can you point me to the map where it is?
Well, it's where Stormhome is located. The island just above the Greywood.
Right. Of course, I am mixing the two. My apologies. Please continue.
So we're not heading to Sindrik.
No.
I would have loved
No.
that.
Would be a little further away. I just realized Eladio's in the Mournland, which is bad. So let's just move him up here.
He's dead. Should happen.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. I was just making sure that if we're going to Sandrake or if we're going to Kovia.
Seem. No, we're going to.
We are going to route first anyway. So.
Yes. First the debriefing part, and then we'll move towards Stormreach.
Don't get me wrong, but I really need to rest.
That's totally fine. There's one or two rooms. I use one of them for simple writing down some notes and some books. But there's one.
Just take you here as we're going into nighttime.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Now we can see the top of the ship. Correct.
Yes.
Wait, is this the top of the ship? Why is there a
Yes.
bed?
Because we're
Oh,
now
that's-
going down.
I see.
While not shown here, since you guys have been coming on as extra passengers, there are different kinds of cots and beds and mattresses that are being pulled up to this area as well. So in each of these areas, there are 2 beds as well. There's a one double bed in here, a big one.
Mm-hmm.
And further down as well, there are like along the sides, there are different cots and beds that has been placed because a fair amount of people has come onto the ship.
Okay. Well,
And as it's going into nighttime, the light indeed does change to a bright light to a more calm purple.
If you guys, by the way, want to know more about a vessel like this, I can at least tell you if you.
well,
if you're
how much does it
intrigued.
cost?
To make or to
buy.
purchase? Purchase is almost unavailable since these are only by a house like Rendar exclusive vessels. But if you would really want to purchase one, we would sell one around the 50,000, 100,000 gold mark.
I want to make one.
60,000 gold.
I think they would take a
And
while,
then you would
Onyx.
need someone from House Kenneth and someone from our house willing to help you build it. Because
Wait, how about this? How about we get a ship that is a little bit smaller, right? But
what
that
kind
can be sailed by, let's say, 5 people.
Okay, so you want a small skiff that could be arranged for around 10,000 gold? If you want to build it?
Exactly the amount of
No,
this,
Jeremy?
and he takes out the
No.
staff rod.
No, put it away.
But
Put it away.
it's worth
We
as much
need
as a
it for
thank
something else. Put it away.
you. What do we need it for?
Well, maybe to save your ass at some point when you die again.
No. She bought a lot of
swing it
diamonds.
around.
No. Oh no.
Oh,
Wait, do you want me to swim? I
Ship blows up.
Luna bought a lot of diamonds. We
You
don't.
want to be the reason why someone of us is dying at some point because you gave
No,
away.
but she has a lot of diamonds, so
Jeremy,
we don't need this big diamond.
we also don't need a flying ship.
You
No, we
Ab-
don't.
Don't we? We
No.
don't?
No.
Are you sure?
No?
Yes.
Why?
Because we are on one right now, aren't we?
I think I
Carry
understand. You don't like the big ship because it is. Here, let me help you. I give her the umbrella. How about now? We get the big ship.
can
As you take the umbrella and you pop it up, you see that the hat part of it just flies off the metal and just funk, then falls to the ground. And now you're just holding a stick.
Jeremy, what's that?
Never mind. I think I would go inside. I don't like the outsides.
Yeah, the outside is horrible.
Indeed.
but the sun isn't up.
I take the
What's
top
wrong?
part off.
It's just
I take
nice.
I take the top part off the umbrella,
Uh,
and may I?
sure.
And I go with what the handle would be of the umbrella, and I give my hand like this towards Alara. Could you give it?
yeah, absolutely. I don't
So,
need that.
I place it back down, and I cast mending on it until it fixes itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me a sleight of hand check.
Fine. She is so good at.
That's pretty good.
It is mended to a perfectly pristine way. It even shuts down and opens up perfectly. If you rolled over, it would just be stuck in the.
Yeah, that's what I
just
thought.
like, well, okay.
It's the forever umbrella.
Yeah. But now, no, it works. It works as a charm.
And here, maybe this will help you. As I hand it back.
As you kind of take it, elaborate. It doesn't help.
Lara would be just fucking confused because in the Underdark you don't have umbrellas.
You are the most goth-like
See it like this.
person with whoever.
This umbrella. Whenever we are in sunshine, you can just use the umbrella, and there's no more sunshine.
But I have a hood.
But now you have an umbrella.
Okay, I mean.
You can have both. That's even more shadows.
I'm not really sure if I like that thing. But yeah, well,
Huh?
maybe I can hit people with that. Who knows?
Maybe.
Anything is possible.
Right. So we'll postpone the discussion of buying a ship.
Would
Yes. Lona, you wanted to?
a question to DM?
Yes.
Would I notice this weird behavior of Lara and Jeremy talking about hiding from the sky kind of thing?
Consider
I would be
Okay.
wearing my hat, which makes it look
consider
like
how they
weird.
usually behave. It's not that far-fetched.
No.
It's odd, but not that odd.
I would
Lara
rather
is
say
also
that.
not really hiding from the sky right now, but she has never been on an airship. She feels so weird on that thing. She's super confused and scared.
The only thing would probably be Jeremy, who has trouble sleeping. He usually does not.
The one thing he's good at.
Oh, wow.
I'm like
That's-
really, really good at sleeping,
But-
like top notch.
That's about the only thing that you're like,
Right, I'm gonna try and sleep now.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
have some rest and
Those of you who are indeed cursed, roll me 1d20.
oof. Oof.
Well, I'm not getting rest, I suppose.
Okay, well, two of you get sleep. One of you are having real trouble sleeping so close to the sky, like you're flying in the sky. Something's fucking wrong. This should be possible. Like, what?
Okay.
What are we doing here? Get me down.
I'm gonna go right here.
You're gonna.
I'm gonna...
Randriel, do you mind sharing a room?
Sure.
Lona,
Yes,
roll
he
me
might.
a perception check.
I'm sleeping here.
I'm tired as fuck.
Yeah, you don't really hear. You don't really hear Jeremy thrashing about. He's just going to sleep. There are beds on the sides along where you are. They've just not been marked in, but there are like mattresses and cots and whatever.
I
you want
mean,
to
this
sleep
is
in.
a big room. You said there's 2 double beds in here?
Yeah, there's also another double bed here that would be towards
there's
this side
space.
here.
Yeah, there's space.
And I am gonna.
Actually, due to the magic on this ship, you would have advantage on your roll, Jeremy.
Oh.
The other two doesn't easily because you.
Ah!
No, mine sucks for you.
Let's
Well, actually, the other two you should roll as well. If you roll a natural 20, then
Oh. Well,
good. Damn.
right. Let's have that out of the way.
All right. As you're all going to sleep, we're gonna take a break.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get something to eat, get something to drink, and
We'll be back.
we'll be back 10 minutes in. So in 8 minutes.
All right.
Yep. Bye.
See you soon.
Hackers.
Well, we all
What-
did it
what-
last time.
What did we do?
That was
Everything?
I'm just joking.
'Cause I'm very happy with my HP.
We're all back. Everyone's back.
Roll back. Everyone's just not fully up to par because one of you can't sleep. Which
Yes.
also means you get an exhaustion point.
no.
Oh, I get an exhaustion point. That's great. I
Yes,
love
you
it.
do.
Again.
Well, in the morning I would be like, well, that sucked.
Before
Before that.
before we go to sleep. No.
Oh. Well, never mind.
Talk to the little box container journal of his, and I think he would have liked you to. He wanted you to see this page. Enter the.
You read his journal? Is that okay? Do you think it is okay if I read it? Because it is his after all.
He wanted you to see it.
Okay. Then I take it and only read the part that is for myself.
Oh, you're reading his journal? Make a constitution saving throw. I'm
Nice.
kidding. You're not. There's nothing. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I want to see it though.
Everything's
Do I make it?
fine. Right. Yeah, very good.
Yes.
Hmm.
After reading it, I would try to do a thing, and that is what I just wrote you as a question. If that would be okay.
Sure.
Great. So I would try and cast Conjure Animals and cast a group of bunnies in the room, which will apparently work. And I would just make them all go up to Arendriel and just cuddle with him and try to comfort him. And I was just sitting on the bed looking at it like, I can create that.
That's pretty good.
And I'm looking at Arendriel like, is that helping?
Sure.
Yeah.
I just, I thought, well, I hear sometimes that, people that don't feel well need comfort, and, I'm not the best to give you that, so I thought, but bunnies might do?
Do they taste good? I'm sorry, I'm not there.
I mean, I'm very thankful for him to at least teach me how to do that, so I feel a little bit more connected to him than I did before. Which was already quite well, but, now you have something to cuddle with, I guess.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Was there anything else that was of interest in the chest?
He gave me an acorn that was handed to him by the Archlord a long time ago.
An acorn.
Acorn.
Did he say what it is for, or is it an acorn?
It's an old acorn.
Sure, sounds druidic. Cool. So with all that, and the garden, and everything else, how are you feeling?
He was basically the last tether to my old life. He's gone.
Don't you still have your parents?
Yeah, my relation to them was different than to his.
Well, but they are still your family. And even if they are, like, not the family you want, then we are. If you want to, if you choose.
Mm.
We are always here to support you and to help you. But I know how hard it is, believe me, I do. Just try to not make the same mistakes as I did. You know, if there's anything I can help you with, you can always come and ask or just talk. You know I'm here.
Ja. Adriel was one of the 5 most important people to me. In a way, he was the last one still remaining. The last one. The last connection to home. Just don't know what to make of it all. The acorn and what he wrote.
Well, maybe you will find out what it all is about. And I can only imagine how hard it is to lose so many people in your life and to lose the connection to your past. But, you know, at this point, after all we've been through with this group of people and all the things we have encountered, I came to the conclusion for myself that home isn't the place you were born in, and family doesn't have to be the people that raised you. Home can be where you have people around you that love and support you for who you are, and family are exactly those people. For me, I found my home in this group. There is a reason why I was willing to give away my life for Adriel when I felt the need to do it. And I would have done that for all of you, without any exceptions. So maybe if you just try to see it that way, it might help healing.
It's, the existence of this group has kind of always been funny to me. Dus I kind of hold up my right sleeve. And there's this tattoo of a arrow facing this 6-legged star on my low arm. I bear the similar mark with 4 other people. I used to bear it with 4 other people. The star each leg of the star represented a reason to fight for. My previous group, so to say.
What happened?
Got sent on a mission we were far from ready on. Didn't stand a chance. Each star represented a reason to fight for. 5 of them being the group itself. The 6th one for each was different. For mine it was Adriel.
You know he would want you to fight on.
Ever since we joined this group, there's always been 6. The 6 legs remain.
Well, maybe it has a reason. A reason you don't see, or someone didn't want you to see. But everything is there for a reason. Maybe it was always meant to be 6.
Maybe.
I know it's not your way of thinking, but Try to believe in the fact that things are there for a reason and happening for a reason. He chose that. He chose to do that to protect us. And in the end, that's perfectly him.
It is. Just wish I could have saved him.
I think we all do. None of us was ready to lose him.
Dat is de reason I'm here, after all.
Well, I hope you have a little more reasons by now.
I know.
Keep him in mind. Do it for him, but not only. You have more reasons to fight alongside us now. And I'm sure that wherever Adriel is right now, he has an eye on you.
Yeah. That offer you gave a while ago about having faith in something else.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll pick you up on that.
Whenever you have a question, just let me know. It helped me a lot as well.
I will.
Do you want the book?
Yeah.
And I hand him the book of Shar that I have.
Thank you. I'll be sure to
And I know you do.
read it a bit more thorough than last time.
You know, just be careful with it. But I'm sure you do, so it's fine. Anything else I can do for you tonight, or do you want to rest?
I think I'm just gonna rest.
I will just, you know, keep the bunnies. They like to cuddle, as it seems. So, at
Do you
some
know a
point-
group of bunnies is called a fluffle?
That is damn cute. Guess that is our own fluffle now. So next time I cast them, I will instantly call them casting a fluffle. Good to know. See, there's nature knowledge in you.
Only the theoretical kinds.
That's good enough. But then, sleep well for now, and we will see what tomorrow brings.
Keep well.
Does anyone else wish to do anything during the night?
I would like to sleep. No?
No.
Alright, well, I tried.
I make
Well-
a start on my book.
Very nice. Very nice.
Since I ended up to join the same room as Jeremy, would I like wake up or notice that he was like, not sleeping that well, or not sleeping at all?
Make a constitution check. See how heavy a sleeper you are.
Now you need to roll low. So you should be great at this.
I
You should
know,
be-
right?
This should be exactly your thing.
Just a check, not a save.
Just a check.
Just a check.
I hate you so much.
She's a deep sleeper, man. She
You
doesn't.
piece of shit. My disappointment is immeasurable. And
I mean, you could go up and make some noise or whatever.
Sorry, buddy.
I just suffer.
As you guys, were you beginning on your book? You mean the book
The
that
book.
has a time limit and everything?
Yes.
Okay. How much time do you spend on it?
Let's say start of 2 hours.
Mark down 2 hours then.
And then I'll go to sleep too.
Yeah, are you going to sleep outside beneath the open sky, or are you going to like this thing here?
You guys are not. Guys, you're inside. The
Oh, oh, okay, never mind. I misunderstood. Continue.
as most of you get your sleep,
Rub it in. Continue.
you guys wake up and you wake up Lona. Jeremy is already awake, and as he kind of like gets eye contact with her, his eyes like just they're just like blood sport, and you can see like deep like wrinkles under his eyes, and he looks like big bags, and he looks like someone who's really tired but hasn't slept.
Jesus, Jeremy, what happened?
Something is wrong. I cannot sleep. I don't know what, but I don't like being up here in the sky. I don't like it.
Like, do you feel sick, or do you feel like...
I feel tired. Can I try to focus and pinpoint what it might be? Because I've been like here for 8 hours. I have a lot of time to figure out why I'm so...
Since you're exhausted, it's with disadvantage.
Sure.
You're so evil.
So what do I...
Insight check.
Well, that's that.
Your brain, every time you begin thinking on it, your brain goes other place. Like you're like, okay, so what could this be? We were down there. Yeah, we were down there. We went to the prison. Then you immediately just track off.
So, Jeremy, do you feel fear, or do you feel like seasick or sky sick, or whatever you call it when you're on a boat in the sky?
Would it be fear of...
Yeah, it would be
heights,
fear
sky?
and just being like very like. You feel like a dwarf that dwells on the land suddenly see the open. Like it's too much, and it's like.
It feels
Can't-
like
It just feels wrong.
I should live in a cave and not be in the sky or anywhere close to the sky.
That's very weird.
Right.
I lay my hand on top of yours, and like you feel this pulsating warmth coming out as this aura of sanctuary like bursts around us. So it's supposed to bring calmness and take away fear. I don't know if this helps with a curse, but I don't know that yet. So I'm trying to like envelop you, Jeremy, in a sense of calmness and take away the fear.
Am I afraid of where I am?
No change.
I feel exactly the same as before.
That's so weird. I mean, this should help.
Can you post the spell? So I do not.
It is the aura thing that can give us temporary HP. It can also remove the feared condition.
Yeah, the feared and
yeah, it removes the fear. He's not under the fear conditions. This is
no.
Deep inside him, kind of thing.
Yeah. But Lona doesn't know it has.
Right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Continue.
Well, you would now know that it's not a like.
Yes.
Feared condition.
Else.
Yeah.
Right.
Both of you would realize. Well, with the natural one before, you're like.
Bro, my brain is goo.
But you would, Lona would be like, okay, so it's not something temporary. This is something a little bit deeper, at least.
I'm just looking.
I think I have an idea, but I'm not sure it will work. I'm going to cast Identify on myself as a ritual. Takes 10 minutes. But the only thing it gives, so this is why I don't think it will work, but he would know that. If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. So if this is a spell, then I would know if it affects me. Currently.
It is not a spell.
Right, so when that's over, I would say, well, it is not a spell. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, don't you worry. I take out a little diamond dust and sprinkle it.
Do I feel like Twilight when I'm sprinkly?
Yes, you get like Twilight stars in this.
Yeah.
You look like one of those unicorns that we always had by our side. And I mutter some words and I cast Greater Restoration on you.
I've never felt prettier in my life.
Yes.
That will definitely do it. You are no longer.
And you also get away with that exhaustion point,
I think it can only do one of the two things.
right?
Yes, you can only do one of the two things.
Oh,
Right.
shit.
But as soon
Okay.
as that's... So I feel that it's
Basically,
over now.
as you touch him, and he's like, ah. And by closing his eyes, he immediately.
I'm gonna fall asleep. Yeah, I'm gonna fall asleep. Yeah. I'm now asleep. I'm sitting there and I'm asleep.
That will do it.
As you poke him one more time, you just on the bed.
Yep.
I'm just pulling up the cover a little, like tucking you in.
Very nice.
And with that, I'm going to quietly sneak out to the morning.
Did she say morning?
Yes, you feel blessed.
Yeah, you get your blessing, motherfucker.
Can't we make a rule that Jeremy never was blessed, but only Eladio was?
Yeah.
I get down to
Can't we please?
different person.
No. No. I actually was afraid that energy was gonna rule it that way. I was really happy when he didn't. I was like, oh no, he's gonna fuck me over, isn't he?
No, I would never.
Never.
Well, I mean, it's a new day. If there's something you guys want to do on this travel, now would be the time to do it. Reading, crafting, just trying to talk to people, whatever you want to do. And if you guys don't really have that much, then we will skip it.
I want to read books.
You know how this goes. We're gonna say, oh yeah, I just want to do this one small thing, and then we sit here for 3 sessions. That's how it works.
Well, I walk outside on top of the ship, and place myself on top of some crates, and going through some of the books that I found.
Okay. Anything in particular you're looking for, or?
I'm just reading I'm starting to read the book about mental strain of symbiosis.
All right. The book digs into several accounts of people who has had dealings with symbiosis in terms of both swords and shields and different kind of weaponry and stuff like that, and armor that has been in some kind of symbiosis with the owner. Most of them speak of times where things were not great at all. It usually don't end up well for the host for some reason. But there is also a few accounts of where it actually is a beneficial and mutual ground. There's also some accounts of people that has been in a symbiotic relationship without really truly knowing it. Some who has those kinds of spirits or fake creatures or things that are living inside them without their knowledge. Caliphar is also mentioned once or twice as being very susceptible for quasi-spirits who inhabits themselves within. Most of these accounts is a beneficial, albeit quiet one. There's not much interaction usually, but it doesn't seem as intrusive, and it doesn't seem as potentially evil as some of these weapon symbioses could be.
Get it more explained on how it works, or just does it just get mentioned?
It's not mentioned though specifically in detail. They don't have. There doesn't seem to be a lot of talk about the Kalastar and the Quasar in particular. It doesn't seem to be having much of people they could talk to in terms of this. It seemed to be from birth, from what you can gather, and once the host becomes aware, the relationship becomes more. It can go both ways. Most of the times, the host is not aware at all, and this being the spirit inside is just basically helping, so to speak, doing its best to keep the host alive, which makes it sound a bit like a parasite, but it's more. It should be more like understood as something of a helping hand. There's also mention that the Kalastar has not been unable to dream due to this, as the Kalastar basically comes from the dream realm and inhabits that area. So some of the memories that you, as a Kalastar, would be experiencing during sleep would be the memories of the Quasi instead of dreams. It is unclear whether the Kalastar itself would actually know about this being the term, or they might just see it as of it as dreams, when they are in fact actually seeing past memories. Is that about it? That you will read through for now?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, that's the most important of the information that you get.
Yeah.
I can send you something more in detail if you want.
Yep.
Cool. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I read my book.
I'm dreaming about buying a small warship with a giant diamond staff rod.
For the next 12 hours.
Very nice.
I'm trying to find Onyx and a moment where I can disturb him without disturbing the progress in reading the book.
Even though you come all the way close up to him, he's just sitting there reading.
Damn it, I need that. Well, fair enough, then I'm just whatever.
Roll me a Constitution check, Onyx, to see if you're concentrating on the book.
Check one second.
Full on concentration on the book, like he doesn't even register you're there.
Right. Cool. I would wander around the ship a bit and would just check things out, because she's in general very curious right now how this whole thing is working. Why are we in the sky? Why are we not falling down?
Well, as you walk around and you begin trying to figure out how this works, I think Linnea would probably be the one who could tell you about how it works.
Oh.
Sorry. It's just a very bad roll from one of you. But please, yeah. As you see, you basically see her walking around and trying to curiously figure out how things are working on the ship.
Hey, how is everything going? Okay? Is there you're wandering around? So
Yeah,
is there
I'm
anything?
So, you know, quite obvious. I'm a drow. You know, I live in the Underdark.
Mhm.
I have never been on a ship like that, and I am very much confused how this works. Like, why are we in the sky, and especially, why are we not falling down?
Two very correct and good questions. You probably noticed the big ring in flame, right?
Yes, I have seen that. It looks impressive.
That is actually what is keeping us afloat and commands the ship to move. But let me bring you downstairs, as I will move her towards where the crystal is contained, which is actually normally guarded, but
Normally it's guarded. Suspicious.
It should normally be guarded by house guards because basically.
Yeah.
So please follow me. So we go to the crystal area
All right.
where and let me get the right thing for this. I'm very sorry. I don't remember.
But we can't destroy anything and potentially fall down if we go to that crystal thing, right?
Well, as long as we don't hurt it and don't disturb it. It is a living being that is inside that crystal. That is so. Have you ever heard of elementals? Beings of elemental power? Like an
yes, I did. Yes.
Okay. Well, a fire elemental resides inside that crystal, which is a very particular process that I can't explain to you because of how secret, blah blah blah.
Yeah, no,
That's that sort of thing. But basically, we have an elemental here that I have to talk to once or twice a day, to at least know his feelings and how he is onto that day. He can even, if he really hates us, he can just stop the ship if he really wants to. That's why I can talk to him, and he's basically they pull elementals out of their plane and then stop them in these crystals, which is not a really nice experience.
So they are not really willingly doing this, but more forced to be.
It's more a forced thing, yeah. Which sometimes most of them accept that they are in, because if they are free, they can go back to the plane, and then they are only causing havoc, and then they will be killed. So most of them are at. But at least there are people like me, like all the people within our house Lyranda. That's why we can only control these ships, is because we can speak with them and talk with them and form a bond between each other. Normally this vessel is normally taken for other means by other military and adventures. So I've only met him for a few days.
So you refer to the whole ship as a living being, or just the crystal?
Just the crystal, because not the whole ship is alive. It's only the ring that surrounds it. That is actually the entire ring is his own plating. He can be in that entire ring. That's also why in the evening it turns a different shade, and it's quite cool.
I mean, it is. It's just very confusing.
Yeah. Well, we sadly don't give them names, since they also don't know what names are. It's a concept they don't really understand. But talking with them, some of them have lived in, since this is a fire elemental, he has lived in the city of Brass for a long time, if you know the fire realm.
I don't think I do. At least I don't remember right now.
We definitely don't want to at least avenge there, because it's actually seas of fire, with only that city in between, with Ifrits and other kinds of elementals that will not take kindly to outsiders. But at least they are nice.
Well, but I mean, I get how it works, and the one thing that is just confusing me is that you literally just told me we're on a ship that is powered by a elemental that is forced to be here and potentially doesn't want us to be on the ship, or like if he wants to or chooses to, he can just stop the ship.
Normally
Why do you trust them then?
Because because normally a conventional ship like Miss Amalia once had, with those sails and those parts that can hold them afloat.
Wait, they're really flying ships? Like...
Yeah. which work on the powers of the wind and do it like that. They have a different. They are a lot of the times also bound to what the weather conditions are. Now, a cool part of us being who we are, we can also influence the weather and we can sail them forward, so we are not constrained by weather. That's why we are the main sail, and why you can see a lot of the ships that are in Kovir are also from us. Flying vessels. We worked with House Kenneth, which also made the Warfort. And they created a design of creating a sky vessel that can fly under any weather condition.
That sounds practical.
Yes, and that's why we needed these elementals to do so. But you can use a fire elemental, a water elemental. Earth elementals are not that good, but I mean, makes sense. And
kind of does, yeah.
Yes, and a wind elemental is also can also be used. And then the ring would turn to more of an airish part, or totally blue, like with fire elementals.
I just have one more question to, especially the elemental. Does it feel anything?
Yes, it does. And if the ship ever gets stacked and it would hit the ring, it would be very pissed.
What would it do then?
If it breaks free, it will burn away the ship that hurt him, and then he will go on to a rampage path, most likely. Since this is
probably not having that.
No, that's also why these rings are also very hard to break.
Okay.
So luckily, and because we also talk with them, they most of the time just move forward. But the conversations are mostly going about Ifrits being bullies on them and then them shooting firebolts back. I mean, it's actually quite fun.
The general elemental gossip.
Once, if you would like, sometime we can definitely learn you the language of the Igneous.
I mean, definitely up for languages. We have a staff that currently I think Lona has, where you can like understand every language. I had that for a while. That was actually very interesting.
Maybe if you guys would like to, we could definitely, once as a group, talk to or with singular people. I don't know if he really likes a lot of you together, but maybe with some of you with wielding the staff, talk to him and maybe understand his point of view and how he feels.
Well, if that doesn't cause him to stop the ship, sure.
He won't stop the ship immediately, but if you insult him, he can do that.
I definitely did not plan to insult him. Because I'm very happy that we are in the sky. Well, I'm not happy that we're in the sky, but you know that we're not going down.
I can totally get how you feel, at least about the sky and how it must be a harrowing experience. But don't worry.
I feel very unwell here.
Don't worry, I have Featherfall, at least always prepared for those people that are afraid of falling. So that all of you can always be safe and will always fall down in the most well conditions.
That's good.
Just don't tell her that you glide all the way down, because you don't. You have to time it. So there will be a time where you are basically total velocity, where you just.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm telling.
In your mind, Larry, because you've been around, you've experienced things, you know how it works, and you're just like, sure.
Didn't I see people?
In your
using
mind,
that
you're
spell
just
already?
falling outside of the sky. Yes, you have. So you also know that it has a time limit, and if he doesn't time it right, then yeah, well, good luck.
Well, maybe I'm
Get
just
fucked.
right now very much secure about the fact that I think Linnea is a good sorceress and maybe has better feather falling than the others have.
Sure.
You know what? Wait. Where is it? There.
See.
I definitely believe she can.
Very nice.
I'm very much sure if shit goes down, I am floating down to earth like a feather.
If there's something you would like to see, we can also conjure minor elementals later on, or go to an
I
animal,
mean,
elemental?
for now, I will just think I would process the information. But we are probably on this ship for a while longer, and then I will gladly come back and have.
If you ever want to visit my room, you're always welcome, and then we can. I have some books that you might like to read, or anything in the sense of if you want to write a letter and send, or.
That's good to know. I mean, I don't have anyone I could send a letter to, but maybe I come up with something.
I mean, you still have that favor.
I know.
All of you have it.
But believe me, I won't forget about that.
Good. Do you want to see any any other parts of the ship, or?
I think that got me covered for now. I think everything else could
Nice.
potentially overwhelm me.
And I will beckon the guards to lock the doors and make sure that everything is safe. That's why we
Guards
also.
will do so. Yeah.
I would
That's
just
also.
go back then to where we also sleep.
If you want to meet with Amalia or talk more with her, she is a very pleasant captain. Only she lost some favor with the house.
Well, I
a
have
while
to
back.
admit, I just recently met her, and I don't know if maybe the others wouldn't be the better options to talk to her.
Well, I mean, with what I know from what she told about how the group looked previously, I think a fresh face like you will definitely be a happy face for her.
Well, the happiness maybe not precisely, but we will see. Thanks for everything, Linnea.
No problem. And I will move back towards my room and then just start writing more letters and codes of conduct for my house. With the door slightly open if somebody wants to come in.
The rest of you. What are you up to? If you guys won't do anything, then now is the time.
I just spent some time reading Char's book.
All right. Onyx, how much are you reading of this book all the time? Are you just fully engaged in it?
Just until I fall asleep.
Okay. Make me a Constitution saving throw.
Pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, you just rock on and keep reading. And manage to suck as much information in as you can. At the end of the day, the next day here, as you guys are preparing to go to sleep again, I need two of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Over the course, after I wake up like 8 hours after everyone else, I would also have went to hold on.
Yeah.
I got this. Linnea, and I would ask her like all that she knows about ships and everything. So you don't have to repeat everything you just told Alara, right?
No.
I got a similar tour. But
No,
I
you're
would-
not. You're not getting a similar tour because if you ask about ships, I
Right.
would suggest that we would visit Slate Keep later. Slate Keep is the a front of the is our biggest academy of sail knowledge. If you want to know anything.
What
more
I am
about
wondering is if
Yeah?
I cast Dispel Magic on this ring,
Yes.
does it disappear?
No.
Are you sure?
This- Yes. Don't try it.
But
Because if you do, all the guards will at least arrest you and put you in a break until we're en route.
no, my question is, let's say we have an enemy ship.
Yeah. Yeah.
What I know from Amalia's boat is it had an orb that powered the flying,
Yes.
and I was wondering if you can dispel either the orb or whatever this ring is to make the enemy ships crash.
This No, you cannot. You have to break the internal vessel's crystal if you want to do that.
I see.
But it will have a repercussion if you're the enemy ship doing that. So
Right.
most of the time, it's in ship combat. It's more I want to take over your ship because that's more value or gain that I can have
That
than
makes sense.
destroying the ship.
Right.
But there have been events that maybe have you heard of unfortunate accidents on the high seas for
Well,
some?
when we were on the high seas, there was a kid who fell overboard. That was very
For example,
unfortunate.
those things happen. But I can assure you, if you want to meet the crew more, or if you want to get more used to ship life, I can definitely help you. I also have some books that can help you out that you can read through.
I will read the books.
There's 6
I will read all of them.
350-page academy books that I have on sailing.
Start with book 1.
You want book 1? I will grab the first book and gift it to you. I'm like, you can have this. The other books I cannot give immediately, but if you can show me that you can do the things that are learned in book 1, I can give you the second first.
Okay. And then I would go into these quarters and I would sit on this table and I would start reading that book. You don't have to describe the book energy. We'll get to that. And oh yeah, one more thing is I would check on. No, I won't do that today. It doesn't matter. Okay, next day. Fuck.
I have a question, and that is why we rolled Constitution save now, because we rolled a.
Each one earlier.
Oh, for when you're going to sleep, yes.
Okay.
To see whether if you get any.
With advantage or without, due to the ship?
With advantage, because you guys both got sleep, so you don't have an exhaustion point.
Yeah.
Get some more sleep. Onyx definitely gets some sleep.
He's been studying all day, so he's so tired.
Yeah.
Immediately as he put the book down, just gone.
More.
Alright. Lead into the next day. Is there anything you guys want to do again in this doing other than what you said Onyx will be reading?
I would go to the Baylor and Guilford's goods that are on the ship. I would.
They are indeed.
I would ask them how things are going.
As you come over, sorry, as you come over, Baylor is there, and he's hammering something. He's like, you just hear like a ping, ping. Ah, right, I remember. Yes, we had something for you, did we not? Where the fuck did I put it? And he kind of like goes inside the room. You just see him like throw a couple of things out that just can't come flying out, and suddenly like, ah, there you are, and you kind of like, with this like big bench. Yes. We haven't really given it a name, but I think Describe All is pretty good. So, hey, go with it, whatever you want to do. But here you go.
I like Crystal Ball as well.
I mean, you do you.
So, how does it work? Or
so, I did some rolls with them. Unfortunately, they were a little bit unlucky. So you have one scry per long rest with the ball. One free scry per long rest with the with the ball. But other than that, it can keep on going forever, as long as you only do it once a day.
I will be heading down to the place 12.
Okay.
Hey, I was asking. I have the following question: do you guys also sell components of certain materials?
We have all kinds of things. Is there something in particular that you're searching for?
Yes, I am searching for rare chalks and inks infused with precious gems worth 50 gold pieces.
That sounds like something my brother would do. Hang on. And he kind of like goes into.
As he goes in, so after he's gone, I would whisper to Linnea that she should say, tell him that you're a friend of Eladio, and he told you that he recommended you the store. They have good products. Okay.
Okay. It's fine.
About 30 seconds or something like that. He comes out and goes, yes, now how can I be of service, please?
Well, I've heard that this place was the place to be from a friend of mine, Eladio, which recommended this for being such an amazing place to buy all your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you want the components, materials, items.
Yes, fantastic. Make me a deception check.
Deception?
Advantage since you name drop. Yeah, because you were not told by Eladio.
No, he was not.
Oh my god.
Well, okay. He kind of goes like, then he kind of like briefly looks over at you.
Would be like, yes, I was also told by Eladio.
That is good to hear. Yeah, I must have thanked him. Where is he?
Well, he's currently onto an upper deck of the vessel.
Yes.
Also, he's here on the ship.
No, he has something else to do. He's busy.
On the ship?
Yes.
It's hard to explain.
Is it hard to explain whether he is here on the ship or?
Yeah.
I mean, we would like to extend our appreciation for him.
I can stay in contact with him. I can tell him.
Oh, so he is here.
No.
He is here, but he's in a private area which is not used for normal passengers.
Well,
he is elevated by the house to a place where he is comforted and where his every wish is.
You know what? That is surprisingly somewhat correct, but also, yes, like space. Yeah, similar to that, I would say.
Right.
But anyway, he also said that I can buy a feather tokens here, and I've been flying on this ship, and I don't want to fall. And in case I do, those would be great. Do you have any?
Sure. Let me check. And kind of so confused, but also kind of like just like, what the fuck just happened? Kind of like goes around looking at them. Let me see here what they have in stock.
Okay.
He kind of comes up and then he looks at you. Well, I do have different kinds of how do you call them, feather tokens? They are. I assume you mean the token of which if you are falling, then you can use it to basically glide it down. Yes.
Right. I mean, if you have different tokens, I'll take a look at them.
I do, in fact, have different tokens that might be of interest to you. He kind of like takes her from us and he's like, one thing that I would say that you should probably not use here is an anchor token. And you see, like, it looks like a looks like a round wooden plate, and then there's an anchor into it, but you can immediately feel the pulsating magic from it. If this is used to press against a boat or ship, it will prevent the vessel from moving completely for up to 24 hours.
I'll take it.
Would you like me to demonstrate?
No.
If you demonstrate.
I'm just kidding. Maybe
Yes.
I can show this to Eladio, wherever he fucking is. I also have some other interesting ones if they are of interest. Yes. Okay. Very nice. I have this. This might be an interesting one. I have this one that is made out of stone, and as you can see, there's a little bird inside. This is used to deliver a small written message to a recipient, and it cannot fail. It's basically like a carrier pigeon. But this one summons a large magical bird that would carry a substantial load for up to 150 miles.
That's a lot of miles.
Yes, it is. What else do we have? Kind of like we're just looking around. It's like I have the chest one, which summons a magical chest for 24 hours that you can use for
A chest?
Yes, a chest.
Hmm.
We were going to Alder, right? At some point.
Yes.
Maybe. Hopefully.
At some point, yes.
Well, if you're going to Alder, this one might be really interesting. It has a crown on it, and it caused the user to appear very rich and very lordly and very respectable for up to 24 hours.
I'll take 10 of those.
They are a little bit expensive.
How expensive?
Well, they are hard to make because you preserve a lot of magic inside a very small stone. They cost 2,000 apiece.
I don't take 10 of those.
Fair enough. But are you still interested? Maybe two?
I will take. How much is the anchor token?
The anchor token. Well, 1,500 gold.
Oh God! Oh boy!
I have more. Hang on. I have this one which has a jug on it. So it summons a magical jug, and when you pour it, it can pour up to 4 cubic feet of water.
Oh.
And it is a bit tricky. There's a chance that it might be unholy water, and there's a chance it might be holy water. We haven't really
I have a
put
question.
precise percentage in it, but it seems to be a 50-50.
Do you have something like that pours ale?
No, but I will start making on it then. Where's my brother? Fuck it, I'll take it later. He keeps saying like a little note and then he scribbles down. Jug of...
We once had a jug that you could pour ale out of. I think
yes.
3 or 4 times a day.
Yes. That is something that could definitely be created. Any specific tastes with the ale? Fish, for example? I hear that is apparently popular in the Korea for some reason.
That sounds absolutely great. I'm kidding. No, definitely not fish.
Definitely not. No, I must admit I have never understood it myself. I'm more of a wine drinker, but still, fish and ale. It seems weird.
Yeah.
It would be like trying to make a
how
wine
much would that
out
cost?
of carrot. That would be freaking weird as well, right?
A wine out of carrot. I suppose, yes. I have not tried. Maybe it's great.
That is.
To make an energy, I don't think we have enough time here because unless you have an actual jug that we can use as a base component.
I don't believe
I can try to find one.
Well,
It's a ship after all.
But then we can talk about it. I have one thing that is actually very, very might come in useful. Perhaps this one, and it just looks like a stone, and there's no marking on it. Yes, it's the one. Yes, it's the one. I think. Hang on. He kind of like looks it over. Yes, it's the one. I almost forget because it's a stone. But when you throw it, it transforms into a larger stone. It can transform from anywhere between 4 and 28 inches in diameter.
That is much. How much would that stone cost?
1,200 gold. However, be aware that this one was also tricky. There is a certain percentage, small percentage, there's a certain percentage that it might cause a hail of stones, which when you throw it, it will become many smaller that will hit an area and be very devastating. Small chance.
So don't throw it at friends.
Probably a bad idea.
I have these, and I go into my bag of holding, and I take out a staff, and another staff, and another staff, and another staff, and another staff, and
No,
now
you
we
don't.
have.
I have them.
No, you don't have all of those staffs.
I had all of them. That's why I had the squid staff. Go away. Fine.
Never mind. I don't do any of that. I'm now gonna delete all of these staffs from my inventory.
Well,
And be
I'm
sad.
still searching for a component I need for a spell I want to use. It is the component for it's rare chalks and inks infused with precious gems worth 50 gold pieces.
That could be arranged. How much do you need?
About 5. 5.
It begins rumming through. There you go. That would be 250 gold, please.
Because Eladio recommended this place, 300 gold.
Thank you. Thank you for your patronage. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And he immediately begins looking over at you, Jeremy, again. We also have this one. It has a wing on it.
Is that the one that makes me fall slower?
Now, this is the one that makes you fall slower and some extra.
What extra?
Well, this will cause every object or person within a 2 feet radius to sprout wings and fall slowly until it touches the ground.
Within 2 feet?
Yes, so if every one of you stand around in a tight circle and you use it, then all of you will sprout wings and be able to fall gently.
And how much is that one?
5,000 gold.
That's, I think, very expensive.
That has been
Wait,
discounted from
does
6,000 to 5,000.
Hold on. Does it lose its ability to do this after?
It is a one-time use.
Then it's very expensive.
All tokens are one-time use.
I know.
Even the normal feather
Tragic.
tokens that you're talking about is a one-time use. No one has really been able to. Well, we did once make one that was able to do it twice. However, things happened.
Right.
Um,
The thing is
because
this:
we were trying to use it with the 3 token.
a tree top.
It's basically, yes, you can permanently summon a non-magical oak tree. It was meant to be something that, you know, it's there for 24 hours. But when we tried to do it the second time, it became permanent. So now this customer has a 60-foot oak tree in the middle of his house, and he was not happy. But, you know, as they say around the world, shit happens. It certainly did there. But, you know.
Those prices of these tokens must have gone up when Sharn became a Mournland.
Absolutely.
Right. That's unfortunate.
Would you perchance also have Elven Chain?
An elven chain? Oh, that's a good question. Let me check with my brother. There's more his area, and it begins going away.
Elven Chain is great for sorcerers. Or wizards.
Yes, but it's not something that they were specialized in, so that they just roll. See what they find. See, after about 5 minutes or something like that, he comes on. Unfortunately, an elven chain is not something that we have in. It is something that can be requested, that then we might be able to create after a certain amount of time. However, the process in creating and doing this would mean that the price around it would be about 6,000 gold pieces. A non-magical one, it has to be said. It is extremely light. It would be made out of fine mithril, and it would be good for someone like yourself. The normal price point of this would be about 4,200 gold. The extra 1,800 would be for crafting the whole thing that we're having to do, since we're going to do it from scratch. Consider your kind patronage and the friendship that you have here with Eladio, who is somewhere on the ship. I'm willing to say that instead of 4,150 and instead going up to 6,000, we will say a flat 5,000, and then that is something that can be arranged.
Okay. Well, in that regard, then maybe we will take that once the required funds are there. And I have that on hand, and of course we can talk about that price and then give you the money you needed to craft such an item.
Very good. If anyone is interested as well, we also have this one. Put us another rock with a key in it. This can open
Unlocks a door.
any lock,
We have that already.
both mundane and magical.
Never mind, we don't have it.
But does
How
it
much
make
is that
sound?
And it can also open holes in the walls. So if you're like, there's no door here, I'll make my own.
And how much is it?
5,000. Look, this is very fucking hard to make, okay? This was the most hard to make of all of them.
I do have a different question.
Okay.
Eladio lended me his shield, and I show him the shield of arrow catching, which he
Right.
said was a new creation of yours that needed to be tested, correct?
Yes, of my brothers, yes.
It has been tested and it works quite well. But
That's good.
one thing that I was wondering if you could adjust is it requires an attunement. And now, since I have this wonderful crystal ball, I was wondering if you can do.
The crystal ball does not require attunement.
Oh. Well, that solves the problem.
There's some negative and positive things about magic all the time. Basically, the more powerful they are, they usually require attunement. In this case, we were not able to get as much into it, but at the same time, this would not require attunement. But it is only a one at a day's use.
I see.
But it does not require attunement.
With this shield, I know that Onyx had a shield with a magical +2, and he did not require attunement.
Believe me if I am correct, but he has been here. He used to be, he's the robot, right?
Yes.
I believe it is something within their abilities, or like that he has a capability of attaching himself to more items that normal people have to attune to. I will see what we can do. I will talk to with my brother and see what we can do. For now, keep the shield. He knows the design. He's already working on a more improved design.
Right.
He does that all the time. Yes, he's working on an explosive catching device. Last test was not good, but I'd rather not talk about it. There's so much blood. We'll work on it.
Okay, so there is a possibility that you can remove the required attunement from this shield. Possibility.
Maybe.
Okay. Then one last question. I know that Onyx has been reading a book, but after that, I think he likes to work.
You mean the Dura God?
Yes, that is Onyx. It's a long story.
Is that one of the stories like that guy who's here but not here?
No, that's a different story.
Wow,
Onyx
have a lot of stories.
They know about that.
They do?
When Onyx was turned into the dwarf, we had them at our house.
Oh, that's true, by the way.
Only the Drowan one.
I don't remember.
No. It was Gilfrey. He was there to take the measurements of Onyx so they could make new clothes.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. You're right.
Yeah, you're right.
Right. I would have thought you would have gotten his body back by now.
Unfortunately not. We're working on it. But I would assume that he likes to work in a pristine location. He wants to create a gun. So is it possible that he can do it in your tent? For a price, of course.
I mean, make a persuasion check.
Sure, well. I'm gonna roll a 1d4 because I have it once a day. Okay.
Well, to returning customers and patronages, sure, why not? Though he seemed busy with the book.
Yes, as soon as he's done. Maybe we're gone by then, but we'll see.
If there are any materials he needs for the weapon he wants to build, is there a cost?
We don't really have an affinity with guns. We do craft different kind of things, but we are more in the experimentational magical area. Building guns as it is, it's a little bit out of our forte, but it would be a challenge for my dear brother, which he would like.
Okay, so should I leave the shield here for you over the next few days?
No, keep it now. We already have the design in, and we will try to see what we can do.
I see.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go up to Onyx. I'm gonna tell him.
Are you sure you don't want any of these? Okay.
Oh wait,
getting rid of this. Oh, what?
How much does the feather token? The normal that usually cost like 10 gold feather token. How much does that one cost now? I know inflation. I understand.
50.
50.
50.
I take 2.
80 then.
Okay,
Oh.
I give him 80 gold.
Thank
Ah.
you.
Mm.
Ooh.
And say to your friend we said hi and thank you for the words.
I will.
We will.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, so 2 feather tokens, just in case I die.
Just in case you die. You don't want any of the other tokens?
No,
I
no.
cannot. I can't buy them. I would love some. Just can't afford them.
I have a question in regards to the store is on the ship thing. Does everybody know that, or only like the 3
No,
now?
they have like this. The tent is just much smaller now inside.
did we
Which
see
when you
them
come back, you're
coming?
like, yeah.
Okay.
So right now they're just on the middle ship and they have like their own little area. And they keep going into their little, much smaller tent. So outside it looks much smaller, but inside it's obviously a lot fucking bigger.
And I would go up to Onyx after that and see if I can talk to him or if he's too concentrated.
No,
Apparently, I can talk to him. I would say, I talked to the people down in the tent, Baylor and Guilfrid. They said you can use their resources to craft, well, on your gun if you want to. I'm not sure how much things they have there, but it would probably be better than what they have on the ship.
yes.
So whenever you finished reading your book, you can do that.
Thank you.
You lose an hour of concentration.
Well,
And I'll go back.
All right. Anyone else want to do anything?
If Lona is outside, Linnea would go up to her if she, I don't know, if she's
Yeah.
reading the book. Or...
Yeah, she will sitting and reading the book up on deck.
Keep going. I'll go pee. I can still hear you though.
Okay.
DM, we have a question.
No.
I would just continue to read the book that you gave me,
Oh, yeah.
Linnea.
Lona, was it, right?
Oh, hi, Linnea. Yeah, that's right.
Well, no matter if I'm disturbing you with reading.
Oh,
the book.
no. She's just putting the book down. What can I help you with?
Well, what I found it so curious. I was talking to the whole group in how they might be in this sort of community that they are. But for me, how did you venture up inside of such a group? As a
Well,
Dark Lantern, of course. I mean, your organization and your secret nature always. I mean, it surprises me to see you with a group like this.
well, yeah, it is a long story actually. One of the twins got missing. Oh, well, both of them went missing for a while, and I got orders from my superiors to find them. And the last group that was connected with them were these guys. So I got assigned to find them, and I actually caught up on them in Char, but well, everything happened with the explosion and stuff. So in this mess of chaos, I just ended up in Icewind, where I came in contact with this group of no-gooders, and I played a double agent to find a group, as they also was chasing for them. So I thought that maybe that was the fastest way to get hold of them, safety numbers and all. When we came to the Caves of Hunger, I tried to join them slowly. The circumstances was not the best. I guess that made me come off as very suspect, as I were a part of their enemies, so yeah. But after that, I just been trying to stay with the group and help them to solve the issue that was occurring there. Right now, I don't really know where I have my place.
So, what would you do after the briefing at the Black Lanterns headquarters in Broad? Would you, if I believe then maybe the twins would be there then, or
Yeah, well,
if everything went well?
I hope for that. Maybe I can get some more wisdom out of that briefing.
Yeah.
I feel like I failed them when we lost Adriel. And it was my job to make sure that the group was, well, staying alive. And I failed them. And seeing Erendriel losing his brother just, well, it hurts me in a personal level as well. So I fear that I'm not strong enough to be here with them. I don't know what to do right now. Maybe I'll stay and get more knowledge, get more power, to be able to prevent that something like this would never happen again.
Your friend Adriel, right? How did he pass away? If it's not too soon or too harsh a memory,
No.
or
you should never hide the truth. We learn about history, so well, we were stuck in this jail trying to help someone, and we encountered a undead beholder.
Oh.
He tried to avert his gaze, and in hope of saving the group.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the gaze got him, and there was nothing I could do. No body, just dust. I tried to put a prayer to my deity. Both me and Alara got contact, and we made a deal that, well, would bring him back, but it never worked. But at least his soul is not burning in some hell. I'm confident that his soul was saved, but not his body.
Oh. Well, with your deities, right? If they, who are they?
Well, they are not really from this plane, or this from the other side of Vale. It's, my deity is called Saloon. I don't know if you heard about her.
No, I never heard of a deity that's called like that. Is she powerful? Is she, what is she the goddess about?
Well, I would say she's very powerful. She is the goddess of the moon. And she is here to bring light and life, even when it's dark, to make people feel, comfortable and alive, and find safety even in darkness.
Okay.
Amongst the other things, but basically you could summarize her like that.
And goddess that serves out of the best intentions at heart of people.
Well, yeah. Yeah, you would say so.
Okay. And the other goddess that Lara then used was
I don't know if it is my place to talk about her personal things.
Maybe not. Maybe
no.
not.
So, but if you're interested, you could probably ask her if she's up to tell you.
Yeah, I will definitely try to talk to them, but I also believe that for what we learn, for some people it might the situation with Adriel seems, for everybody it seems like a tough spot to be in, and I don't want to pry too much into a thing that is maybe for you guys still a processing path, and I don't want to put too much into it.
A part of processing is also talking about it.
True.
And I think it's kind of nice to have someone to talk to that, wasn't there as well.
I believe it was probably not. I think the whole experience that you probably all have faced in Icewind Dale was probably not a great experience or a nice experience. I just hope that Kovir will not treat you the same way, and that you might get some respite and some rest and get your strength up for whatever comes next.
Well, I'm not looking for rest. I will study even harder, and I will train even harder as far as I possibly can make. As soon as we reach the mainland, I feel like if I'm going to leave this world, I want to finish my mission. Not by saving everyone from the evil and chaos that's up on Kovir right now, but for myself.
I get that. And maybe we can work on improving the lives of those that are in Kovir and are suffering from things and the chaos that is now ensuing. And let us hope we can manage to do that and work ourselves up to be a great group, which I already think you guys are.
Well, thank you, Linnea, and thank you so much for coming in to help us. And
it's my pleasure. There's definitely from my houses, but definitely some people that also want you to be back and want you to do things for them. I'm not gonna lie about that, but I could have also said no.
May I ask you, are you only working in this merchant thing, or do you have you're a really good fighter? I am very impressed that you could do the things you did.
Well, do you know probably about Dragonmark houses? I believe your Dark Lanterns are getting briefed about us in the sense of what we all are.
You would know his about his house and what they represent, and their, what would you say, core thing, which is that they work with airships, and that is basically their main income. They are quite a powerful house. You would also know, being in the Dark Lanterns, you would know that they are the house that is up for the most discussion, since technically dragon houses are not allowed to own lands, and they are technically owning an entire island, which means that they are, some would argue, breaking the contract that was made long time ago within the houses. But it is something that is under hefty scrutiny and debate.
Yeah, well, I know some of it. Yes, it's not unfamiliar.
The houses don't normally. My house, for example, is a large house that is more in keen with half-elven people, and we treat all our members sort of the same way. There's always gonna be that Undarian arrogance and feeling better than the others, and there's also gonna be that respect ladder and things that you will always have in guilds. For example, and I put a little bit of my coat down to reveal my greater Dragonmark. a Dragon Marker, like I am, is respected more than a normal half-elf or something different, because we are believed to be ancestors of the first person of our house. We carry with us the history of the original beginner of the Dragon Mark. But with that comes also a lot of pressure, opportunities, people that want to use you, people want to use you for your own gain, and we always have to swing left and right in what is right and what does the house want, what do we want, and what does, for me, what does my noble house want? Because some people that have a Dragon Mark are not known from a noble heritage, but are esteemed in that level. Being caught up in the politics, being caught up in everything that can be there, that is very difficult, and we're trying to deal with it the best way we can.
Would you say that you have like large influences in the political?
We do. We are directly connected to the Queen of Aun there herself. She actually visits our island pretty often to talk to my house leader. And Ezra Valash is definitely a fan of her. But there are definitely also other parts and influences. Also, House Orion is definitely also a big contender in Aun there. So you will definitely meet a lot of different people once we go there. And there's definitely a lot of back alley stabbing and other things. So we have to be careful in what we do and how we represent ourselves, because it can go south very quickly.
Well, may I ask, without prying in the political that you maybe not are allowed to give up, but have you heard something about Islander of Train? Is there anything there that has happened while I've been gone?
That is a question. DM, do I know that or do I not?
Roll me a history check.
Oh boy. History. Nope. I know
Despite
nothing.
being a diplomat, it's not like Frayne is not one of your expertise. They're to you they're a little bit too like fanatical. Not to say that because or they have their own fanatics who are even worse than the Silver Flame, but at the same time that gives a lot of you, the other of your kind, a little bit of like a wide berth on it. There's like religious perhaps maybe, but not to that extent. So they're not like your forte. You don't know that much about it.
Sorry. Normally we have. I'm not a diplomat of going towards places like Train. We have all the diplomats that go there. I can definitely ask when we go back for you if you want.
Thank you. That would be.
If that is what you really like to hear, then definitely I would definitely do that for you.
Thank you very much. I would very much appreciate it.
If there's anything else that you would like to discuss, or any other questions you would like me answered, then straight away, or I'm back at my cabin if you want to have some private questions or talks.
Thank you, Linnea. I think it's good for now. I'll seek you out after the briefing. And
All right.
Yeah. Once again, thank you.
No problem. And I will reside back towards my chair.
All right. You guys are beginning to fall into the rest of the night. Onyx seems to be just keeping on reading. Lona, as you kind of like walk around on the ship, Amalia comes near you and goes, "Right, you are the Dark Lantern, I assume."
That is correct.
Good. I was meant to give you this, and she kind of like out of her sleeves gives you like a parchment. It is it's from Elva. I believe she well, you should read it yourself.
she wished me to convey her apologies. Last time you saw each other, she was distant, I believe was the word she used. She apologized, but said that at the time it was unclear where everyone stood, and so she wanted to not convey too much information to everyone. And she doesn't want to ruin your cover.
Oh, okay. Why would she give you that information?
We talked in length. We are old friends, believe it or not.
No.
Well, everyone needs a friend that they can talk to when they aren't.
Insight check.
Sure, go for it. Roll insight.
Like, what?
Yeah, 18. Okay, I'll pull it up.
Wait, did you crash again? Aladio. Get go. Oh, he's back.
We will see for how long I am back. What are they doing? Sneaky session?
Oh no.
Oh boy. I really want to plant the beans from the bag of beans. Like, I really want to plant them. Not on the ship, but that would be weird if a pyramid springs from the ship.
Holy bin weer things.
Huh?
Holy bin weer things.
All right. Good. Read the parchment. It is for rice only, and I'm not happy here. I heard it's
I couldn't hear anything of that. I don't know if it's only me or if it was.
Was the mic was acting up, kind of?
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we heard a lot of good. I heard a lot of good things about you, so I'm happy to have you here. And read the parchment. It's for your eyes only. And if there's anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask.
Thank you. Thank you, Amalia.
You're welcome. Right. Read the parchment. You'll get the information that you need from there.
Yeah.
Be careful, okay?
Always.
Good. See you around. And she kind of like skips away.
I'm gonna walk into the room and read the parchment there.
All right, I'll send you the information. The rest of you guys, are you doing anything for this day, or is that it?
Oh, that's it.
All right. Elara, make me a Constitution saving throw. Onyx, you are reading, so you will get 1 point of exhaustion. With advantage, yeah. Yeah, you're fine. No problemo. Alright. And you guys wake up the next day. This would be the third travel day.
Mm-hmm.
So, anything you want to do on the third travel day?
No, I would continue to read the book that Linnea gave me. But whatever time I'm finished, you can just tell me. Because he said it had like 350 pages, and it was like a scientific book, like academic. So
It's an
we'll probably
academic.
take some time.
Yes.
I would
Yeah.
like on the morning and I see you still in the desk. I would peek over your shoulder like, oh, are you planning to be captain of your own ships
I might want to buy a ship or two or three.
for travel or for other things?
We will see. I have not yet made up my mind, but I am interested in learning about it.
I see. Well, I'll leave it to it then.
All right. Anyone who's going to do anything is interesting on this day, or
I would try to find Amalia.
yeah, easy enough. You find her up at the helm.
He's nowhere to be found.
She's
The big
she's
ship
looking
and
for
Lara.
she's looking
2 hours
for she's looking for some person that apparently here but not really here. It's really weird. Like she heard rumors. And she's like,
Where the hell is
Fair
Amalia?
enough.
you find her easily enough. Yes. Eleva, yes. How can I be of assistance?
I just have a quick question. So apparently, from what I got to know about you, you get along around the world quite a bit, right?
I have certainly been around. Yes.
Have you by chance ever heard of an option to, I don't know, like if something in a book would have been censored, would you have any idea if you can lift that?
Huh. That is a very interesting question. I will say with the things that I have seen, just from Elva, the female twin that you know yourself,
Yes.
I would say it's definitely within the realms of possibility, probably. But she would probably be a better guest to ask.
Well, that's totally fine, and I will just wait and ask her.
Her as a competent magical user, she might have a trick or two up her sleeve.
She probably has. Should have thought of that myself. You're right.
It's fine. I mean, I dabble in the magical arcane as well, but to remove something that has been censored, interesting. And it's not something I have heard about, but she might be a good guess.
I will definitely try and ask her then.
Good.
Anything you need assistance of today?
No, everything is going as intended. We are actually a little bit ahead of schedule. So we are hoping that we will actually get to Road already tonight.
That would be
If we are
amazing.
lucky. If we are lucky. It might be right on the cusp, but yeah. If you look over, you can see that we are already on the continent of Korea.
Don't
Actually,
get me wrong, but I'd rather
let me
not.
roll for how it looks today. Nope. Hairy clouds. Like, well,
totally.
normally you would be able to see the continent below, but it's a bad day today. Apologies, but
That's fair enough. How is the situation in that city? Like, I told you I'm not from Korea, so
correct,
you know.
yes. And the situation in Road it's okay. With the second Moonland, things have been tense, of course, but you guys have been away for quite some time, so people have climatized a bit more. People usually find a way to settle, even in the most harshest of conditions. There's a lot more military presence, especially since the war. However, it is not exactly like Linnea said it was. Then again, she is influenced by other houses, interests. The king actually did not push for this war, but the council forced his hand. If you're unfamiliar with this, I understand. But the way that is working in Breland is that there is a king, but there's also a council of about 24 nobles. And
Okay.
normally the king has... Well, he doesn't have absolute power in Breland. There is also some power within the parliament or within the nobles itself. Unfortunately for him, as he does carry a big voice, it was not enough because there was some evidence that was brought forward by some of the more, how should I say it in a way that is not offending anyone, questionable lords. Oh, one of the more shitty lords who thinks they want to get anything for themselves, came forward with what I would call questionable evidence, and I believe Elva called it something like bullshit, or something akin to it at least. However, unfortunately, it was enough to sway enough of the nobles to actually force the hand and declare war. It's not like that was unprecedented, and it's not like there wasn't a reason. There were just a lot of us who feel like the reason wasn't strong enough. The king actually agrees with this and has actively tried to see what they can do to... Well, they are fighting a war, but it has been not going well since there isn't a lot of commitment because, as I said, there's different wishes and intent. He's a good king, and he does not want this, but there are forces within Brelan that does. So people like Elva and her brother Gildor, and also Lona, people from the Dark Lanterns and your guys, people who has a mindset that is more akin to what the king also wish. You are more needed than any time now. But when you come back, expect some opposition, especially from those in the council that does not wish you here.
Yeah, about that. You also already mentioned that on the first day we were here. Is there anything that you would recommend, like in the way of how we behave? Things we
behave
probably
respectively.
shouldn't say? But respect is always in the eye of the person that wants to be respected.
True, and it is an interesting thing in Breland, because Breland, while honor is the honor and it's very much highly sought, if we take, let's say, Odair, for example, here it is almost more important to look the part and speak the part than it is to what you're actually saying, which is why the politics most of the times goes absolutely nowhere. In Breland, it's a bit more harsh, I suppose you could say. If you're able to out-talk the other guy, even by using some of the more crude things, even using some personal attacks to get him to shut up, then hey, points for you. It's not as refined. It is not unheard of that during council session that there is a fist fight or two. It's not unheard of at all. But so don't try to be necessarily rude, but being direct is fine. It is almost expected. They will try and be very direct and probably even rude towards you. Don't take the bait. Just
I will try.
Answer directly back, but with a head held high. You guys have nothing to be ashamed of whatsoever, even whatever they will throw at you. I believe they talked to someone. Is it true that you guys flew a guard out of a train?
I never heard of that story, but to be honest, it would not surprise me.
No, that's right. You came much later.
Adrian has paid for his sins.
This might actually be good because I believe it was the 8. That came out wrong. You know what? You have no idea what it is, and that is what you should say.
Okay, so I better not ask the others about it.
Nope.
Right.
I mean, probably not be a bad idea. Probably not be a bad idea, but consider it with who you are with now. Ask Erentriel.
All right.
Because ask Erentriel. He'll probably be the only one in the group right now who knows anything about it. I don't know much about Jeremy, so maybe.
We'll just go with Erentriel. We share a room. Anyway.
I heard rumors that Eladio was about, but I'm not sure about it. I don't understand. But
you heard rumors about Eladio?
Yes, I was in the shop earlier, and they said that they will. If I have seen Eladio, and I was like, "What do you mean? I have not seen Eladio?" They said that Eladio had his own room here, and what? I am so confused. But if you see him, tell him to come say hi at least. I think anything else would be rude.
Yeah, I will let him know.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Anyway, I will head back then. And, I'll hear about the story and see if I can find Eladio.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Can just
while you have that conversation, Lona wants to see if she can find Erendriel.
He is sitting in the room reading a book.
Knocking on the door. Okay. Adriel, are you in there?
Adriel
Adriel,
is
nice,
nice.
nice.
Adriel is definitely in there.
Erendriel.
Nice.
I will stab you.
Called in there.
Ouch.
Erendriel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I come in?
Oh,
Yeah, sure,
boy.
go ahead.
I hope I don't disturb.
Always.
Okay.
I just wanted to check in with you to see how you are. I mean, consider everything, and I also wanted to apologize that I haven't sought out you earlier to say something, but I also been very beaten up, and felt guilty that I couldn't do more for your brother. So I'm sincerely sorry that everything happened.
You got us a stride. Didn't work. Nothing you could have done about it.
Well, I wish I have done more, and I wish I also could have done more for you. And I just want you to know that I am sorry, and I want to be better. And also that, well, even though I didn't know your brother very well, the little thing that I got to know is that he was a good man, and I see a lot of him in you as well. So stay strong, okay? And with that, she's gonna like awkwardly leaving the room again and waiting by the door and just look back and give you a nod.
Not back.
And with that, I'm back to the room.
Which is quite convenient because Ilara is coming in the door without knocking, without anything, just pushing the door open. Going over to Jeremy, coming quite close and being like,
You said Eladio was in there too, right? He's listening.
You're muted.
You'll be like, hold on. Yes, he's listening.
Eladio says he should come over and say hi because apparently someone said Eladio is on this ship and Amalia thinks it's rude if he doesn't say hi. So you, Eladio, and Jeremy can figure out how you deal with that now.
and then with that, she just turns around and leaves.
Lona would just be like in the door holding it for you and be like, yep, okay, there we go, yep.
Well, Eladio's going to be rude, apparently.
What was that about? Like, what has happened, Jeremy?
Let's dig this deeper, come on.
Well, I think Elara wants to talk to Eladio, and she's a little upset that Eladio is not, well, willing to come out to talk to her. But
I heard something else.
Roll a deception and insight check. Actually,
Wait, hold on.
persuasion and deception. If he fully believes
Actually-
it like that, then persuasion.
yeah,
But
I actually
roll an
meant this.
insight check.
Yeah, I was like, wait,
Completely
but
meant this. I wasn't trying to
Yeah,
lie.
then persuasion, then.
Okay, persuasion, sure. Yeah, I'll roll. Is that high enough? Hold on. I have a /R. 1D.
I mean,
roll, roll,
30,
roll an insight
32.
check. Roll a natural 20, then.
Roll natural 20. You can do it.
I mean, he's talking truth, and he suddenly
well,
believes, at least from what his standpoint is. That's how it is.
Sure, but okay. Well, it seems fair, but
Oh, I
Well-
mean, about the Eladio and the ship, we went to the Baylor and Guilfred's goods, and they asked about Eladio, and it was a little difficult to explain where he is.
oh, and that's why
But
there's a
he's-
rumor that he's
I mean,
here.
he's not really on this ship, right? But kind of, because I'm on this ship, and he can hear through me, so he's a little bit on this ship.
Maybe write a note, or explain to at least Amalia. I don't understand it myself. I'm never mind. You know, I'm just gonna. And Lona just take up her book and be like, okay, yeah.
See, Eladio takes his work very seriously. One could say too seriously, but he has decided to work on, well, what he's working on. And the last thing he told me was, I'm not sure I will be back. And when he says that, when he said that, he meant it. So, I'm not sure what he is working on. That's none of my business. He does all of the thingies, you know. But, he sounded quite serious.
That sounds quite serious. Yes. Well, I'm kind of new to this thing. Whatever the thing you and Eladio have, but would
A friendship.
you yeah,
Maybe it's
yeah,
Friendships.
yeah. But I mean,
That's okay.
I mean,
guess we're
one day-
friends. You're not completely new to friendships.
no. But the thing that I'm kind of confused
Roll
is
me another insight check.
me.
I mean this. I've already...
Or sure, insight. Yeah.
Consider what you have inside your own scalp with advantage.
Do I just roll one normal again, or
Just roll one normal again.
I'm so bad at this? Like I have.
He seems to be like you have a +9 and you're still rolling. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
I know, right?
She rolled really
he's-
high
I'm
when it
gonna
was,
roll with my
like-
die.
It seems like that. Yeah, she's. I mean, it's weird and it doesn't
got-
make much sense, but. Huh? Oh yeah, she bought like a lot of new dice, by the way. And she just rolled.
Yeah,
Or-
I rolled 17 on my dice. Just saying.
It's tough shit. It doesn't work here.
Well, that's kind of nice. But the thing that I'm confused about, like, one night, just Eladio being there, and the morning you came forth, like. What is that about? Like, are you? I don't know if I'm rude if I'm asked this, but are you kind of the same, or are you? I'm.
Well, does she know I'm a changeling?
No, well, how would you know?
Okay. No.
Wait.
Also,
DM question. Didn't I got the information that Eladio was a changeling when I was looking for the group, because that was a knowledge known? Because I have written it down.
In terms of the information, yeah, you would have known that Eladio is a changeling.
You could maybe ascertain that I'm a
I'm
different
not saying
form
that
of.
that you couldn't put 2 and 2 together. Sure,
No.
if you feel like that's what your character would be able to, then that's perfect. But yeah, you were told that Eladio was a changeling.
Yeah.
Let's get the facts here straight, right? It was Eladio, and then, you know, there was a bubble around all you guys. So if Eladio leaves the bubble, it disappears. He didn't leave it, right? And then like all of a sudden, there was this Jeremy dude who has all of Eladio's equipment.
My question is not if he's the same. My question is not based on Jeremy being the same person as Eladio. The thing is, like, when he says that he's talking with Eladio, and like, I'm asking, like, are you two the same person, but or are the two minds sharing the same body?
Schizophrenic.
Are you schizophrenic? No, but are you two minds sharing the same body? Is that this case? I don't mean to pry, but I'm very confused about this situation.
You don't mean to pry, but you do mean to pry.
I'm asking questions as a friend, but I don't want you to feel forced to answer if you think it's too personal.
Is not the same body, but also a little bit of the same body. Because obviously I have this body, and he points at his own body, and Eladio has the bald body that does not have any hair. So it's...
As you begin explaining this to Lona and stuff like that, you see in the doorway Amalia is kind of like, look, since the door wasn't closed or anything, it was just...
I would have closed it.
You haven't specified that.
I thought it was like, okay, well, fine.
She's just kind of like standing there, like, it's almost closed though, she's like standing there. And she's like looking in. First of all, make me a perception check, Jeremy, but with disadvantage because you would be talking to Lona, so you wouldn't actively be keeping an eye out. You do see her. However, as you see her while you're explaining, I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no!
Oh,
no. Wait, do I see her cast a spell? Because I see her.
No, you do not.
I don't see her cast a spell. Well,
6. Right. Tell me what you would be thinking about while explaining this to Lona, because she has proned into your mind and trying to detect your thought.
Has she done it in the... She just reads my surface thoughts?
Only the surface thoughts.
Right, then I don't know about it. Okay, right. So I'm thinking about... I've been pretty much quite honest with her, with Lona. So
more specifically, the times when you have listened to Eladio, is there another voice, or is it just the same? That kind of
there's you would hear Eladio basically be like, well, this is a little difficult to explain.
No, that's enough information. I understand.
I'm trying. I don't know. Okay, you're making it very hard for me.
This is basically how I imagine it is inside a schizophrenic. Like, no, I cannot. Okay. As you see her, she just kind of like smiles and pushes the door open, almost like that. Oh, she wasn't meant to pry. She was just coming by anyway. It's like, I am sorry. Am I interrupting? I was told that Eladio was here.
Well, no, but a little bit yes, but no.
Interesting. We haven't like properly met, I suppose. And she kind of like gives you her hand, like in a very ladylike way.
I've heard you can sing very beautifully.
I can indeed. No, thank you.
Maybe tonight.
Would you like to demonstrate?
Well, maybe tonight
out
we can.
Her lute, and she immediately just cling, and as she clings, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Well,
both of us, or?
I mean, since you're looking right at her, yes, you'll see that she's casting a spell through the lute.
I'm gonna subtle spell counterspell her.
Okay. It's a low-level spell, so it's just fizzles out.
What are you trying to cast on me?
I want to speak with Eladio. And not to be rude, but he's in there. And she kind of taps your forehead twice.
Yes, he is. But, well, he doesn't want to speak to outsiders. That's why I'm here.
Outsider. Consider what we have been through, but fair enough.
Everyone is an outsider, except me, because I'm inside. and outside. So I'm both.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Is there anything you want him to know, or you want to ask him? I can convey information. Questions?
Well, yes. Just one question. Two, in fact. First, is he safe? And other, will we see him again?
First question, yes. Yes, he's safe. Second, he doesn't know, but he thinks probably not. But maybe.
May I ask why? Like, is he just leaving? If he's safe, then
He says you will see.
Well, this is peculiar because I have some, I have information, but it's for Eladio.
Right.
And Eladio is not here, and I have been given strict orders only to give it to Eladio. So if you can see my predicament, it's because you are
Is
not
it-
Eladio, but
Is it
are-
about the night?
yes.
Right.
should I be in here?
If you want to.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna tell anything while you are present. No offense, but this is for his eyes, ears only. But it is for Eladio, not Jeremy.
Every personal reason he has to find that night is also my personal reason. We are both equally affected. But he will not come out.
The way you're saying that he will not, make him sound like a toddler.
I make him sound like a what?
A toddler,
Oh.
baby.
Maybe he has his reason.
Hmm.
I just want to know what those are so I can be of assist.
There's nothing to assist.
Sounds a bit like a
He's-
coward's move, trying to hide. But if that is how Eladio wants to play it, then fair enough. I expected more from that bald man.
It's pretty rude.
It's rude to not come and say hi when we have actually met each other and fought side by side and almost died.
He says hi.
He just swears in French.
Sacre bleu!
Should I be able
Look,
to?
this is very uncomfortable for me too, okay? He put me in this icy shithole, okay? And then he's like, please take over. What am I supposed to do? I can't say no. Like,
Should I be
someone
able
has
to hear this
has
commotion?
to
What would
walk
happen
around.
if you said no?
Well, then we would have just lied there, unconscious. For months, probably still there while it collapsed.
Fine.
Also,
here.
and
She
to
kinda
be
gives
fair,
you
I want-
a parchment.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome,
Take
I guess. And she kind of like just leaves.
Should I be
You're
here?
gonna hear me sing.
He says goodbye.
She just walks out like.
And I close the door after her.
Alright.
Hilary just see her come storming out of that room, like just swearing all the way up outside.
I would say to myself, like, I know that feeling.
Is Onyx still reading the thing?
Yes.
Oh god. Okay, well I would gather everyone but Onyx, so you can concentrate on reading that. Because
You
they're in
really-
the room, I would assume.
Wait.
Onyx,
you
make
would-
me a constitution check. Just check. To see whether you are too, like, what are they doing? Oh no, you're reading.
And it's just a short thing. When Adriel passed, Eladio had gathered the hair of some of you.
Excuse me, what?
Well, you saw him place hair. That's why I had the hair, because Adriel's ashes were on the ground, and Eladio
yeah.
was like, he might come back, but
Why
might
does
have a
Eladio
different
get
body.
the hair of us?
You
I
see,
mean, I know he is weird, but that's a new level.
I mean, he can't grow his hair back with our hair. That's not how
I
it
mean, he's a
works.
changeling, he can do whatever he wants, but what the fuck?
you just see him stand there. He's like, okay, I'll wait. You see, when Adriel died, after Onyx died, he realized if a body is reduced to ashes, there might be the problem that the new body you are in is different from the old body. To make sure that does not happen, he collected... I'm gonna make a deception check right now. Hold on. I'm gonna use my 1d4. No, I don't have that on this. He collected hair or other materials. Oh, 2 people are gone.
Oh.
Well, every one of you except Onyx, since he's not listening anyway, can roll insight check.
Yep.
And
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
I was so offended of someone taking my hair.
Okay, so Elara, you believe him. Like it seems like he's telling the truth. You are sussing a little bit, but it seems like he's telling the truth. Eventually, you detect like a faint misdirection from the side.
No, it wouldn't be. It would be. There's more to it. It's not that he's lying, but there's a little bit more.
He doesn't concede that you're lying. It's just like this, like there's something missing. Lona, immediately you're like, that's not the whole story.
Right. That's the point. It's not the whole thing. There's a different reason too. But yeah. And now, in case this ever happens again, if we have someone, maybe even 2 people, who have the just a part of the body, hair would be enough, of the different person, then we can restore this person to life in their original body, and we do not run into an issue again with Onyx, for example. Now with Adriel, unfortunately, it was not possible to find his soul, but if it had been, he would have had this original body, and he would not have been placed in a new body. And I wouldn't like to experience, for anyone here, to experience what Onyx is experiencing. So I would suggest that I give to any of you a piece of my hair or something of the sort, and all of you give to me or each other a piece of hair, so that in case one of us passes, we have a part of their body.
May I ask you then, Jeremy? This is not your true form, right?
This is my true form. It is.
I mean,
Don't you always say Eladio is the one in charge?
Here we go.
He's more the man who makes things happen. I just like to experience them.
I mean, I know that changelings have their original
You
form.
mean my changeling form?
Yes, isn't
Right.
that another deal than this?
I can give you a piece of hair from my changeling form. And he turns into a changeling, and then he plucks out hair, and then he turns back to Jeremy and gives you the hair.
How does he look at
By the way,
Yeah.
changelings looks objectively disgusting.
That's why I'm asking, like, how does he look at
They are. Plus, I'm pretty sure they're completely hairless. Let me just check out.
No, they are not. They are not. They have very colorful hair. Yes,
Yeah.
they have colorful hair, like blue and.
It's not a change. It's the other ones that I
Basically,
use for monsters. So not changeling, but
think about it like this. He is like in a percentage of his life, maybe like 0.1% of his life, probably less than that, he's been his changeling form. So he doesn't identify with it at all. It's
I
like
don't identify with
it's
mine.
like for like 10 minutes of your life, you look like energy, right? You wouldn't feel like your energy now. So I think I have a picture,
Okay.
and I think it's this one, but I never really
Okay.
put much thought into it. I'm gonna post it here. Hold on.
Yeah.
I never really put much thought into it, and he wouldn't have
Okay.
either, because it's not his real form. His real form is Eladio when he's Eladio, and Jeremy when he's Jeremy. And potentially other people that you don't know.
So, okay, yeah.
So
It
yeah, he
looks-
plucks a hair from that, and then he offers it to anyone. You, because you asked.
I put it in a vial and put it away, sussing him really, really hard.
So, he like, what do you think? Looks at the others, opens his hands. They're willing
He
to.
already has some of my hair. I don't see the point putting out
Right,
more.
he has the hair of, and he goes into the bag of holding. Lara and Lona. But he does not have your hair, Erendril. He does not have, obviously, your hair, Linnea. And he does not have Onyx's hair. Though,
Give me
to
a
be
second.
fair.
And Hilera walks over to Onyx and just plucks hair.
Roll me a Constitution check with disadvantage.
Such a pragmatic.
Oh my god, this dude!
He doesn't even react. You just see like a slight. And then
This person.
Right.
But
Okay.
while I'm there,
actually, roll me a strength check, Lara.
oh no! Oh come on, pulling a hair can't be that hard.
Just
No.
one hair. Just one single hair. Just. Oh my
Okay,
god.
you just get like 2 strings of hair.
-1.
And that's the 20 would just have
Sorry,
been like,
I'm
all right, here we go.
But while I'm like it, does he look like very fucking tired?
He has bags underneath his eyes, and he's like
Yep.
he's like nodding away. But yeah, he looks like he looks a bit rough.
Yeah, figured. Okay.
Okay. So, Linnea and Erendril, I would look at them if they're willing to do this.
Well, even if I would say no, you will probably do it anyway. And I'd rather Jared take a piece of my hair myself than you accidentally pulling out my entire hair.
I would not pull on your head.
So may I ask you, how did you get mine and Lara's hair
I am
strands?
curious about that fact too.
Yeah.
People lose a lot of hair when they're sleeping. You just go to their pillows.
I'm meditating. I don't lay on a pillow.
Oh God.
So
Well, for you, it was just in the room, I think.
why didn't you just ask us about this before and just sneakily go to our rooms and pluck
That's
stuff?
me. It was Eladio.
Well, Ilario's listening. Can't you convey what he's answering to that?
Hold on. He's not answering. I'm not sure he's listening.
Didn't you say he's always listening?
Yeah. He might just not be wanting to answer. Well, okay. He says he just thought it would be really fucking weird.
And he thought it would be less weird to steal them.
No, he thought that it would be less weird if you don't know that he stole them.
But you told us now without reason.
Right, because I'm not Eladio. I
No,
don't like to steal hair from people's pillows.
no.
I
Oh,
prefer
that's
going to
nice.
them and saying, "Hey, do you want to give me your hair?"
This Alario does seem like a very interesting personality, to be sure.
Oh, he is.
Very. And I mean, he was correct. It almost worked. It unfortunately didn't, but
Well, you will
if
get
you're
one.
unwilling, that's completely understandable.
Well, I mean, if just because of if everybody has already fallen victim to your hair stealing ways, then you will get one of mine as well.
All right, Linnea.
Ah, yes, the hair stealer.
But with one word of caution, don't use it to turn into any of us.
Oh no, I can do that without your hair. And I turn into a Rendril whose hair I still don't have. And then I turn back into Jeremy.
That is unsettling.
No, just so you know, I think that's fair. It's just how we change things work.
Yeah.
I just have to see you.
You hear from like a bit far back. Could you turn into Eladio then?
No.
Ah.
You guys, I really know why you were traveling with her. She seems very fun.
Mm-hmm. She's fantastic. I've heard.
From what I've deduced from her is that they were in the city and she wasn't really pleased with how they treated her. Not more of that they didn't like her. More that she was a little bit fed up with how they.
Before we switch the topics here, Rendril, give him a hair.
I give him a hair.
You don't want to be the only one that can't be resurrected, right?
No, I was gonna give him one.
And with one of the
Just be-
typically Lara smiles, it would just be like, even Onyx gave him one.
Nice.
I mean, if he dies, you can always turn him into April. You have that hair.
My evil plan.
Oh.
Right. All right. Cool. I have a lot of vials because I have what is it called? A diplomat's pack. So I'm gonna put them into the vials and I'm gonna label them, so I know whose hair is whose.
By the way, guys, did anyone recently saw Onyx sleep?
No.
No.
None of you would have seen him sleep at
studying
all.
his book.
No, I'm not sure if he is just too stupid to understand that his body now needs sleep, or he's completely forgetting it, but we should.
From what I know about the book is you need to finish it in a certain amount of time. You need to read I think it will take 48 hours.
I'm not sure if he's really still reading.
I think he is.
Well,
How was he when
every
you plucked his hair?
That he didn't look very concentrated anymore.
Okay. Well, we can. You can try to talk to him. I can come with.
I tried that already and it didn't work, but we can most certainly try. I mean, he
All right.
didn't even move when I plucked his hair.
Okay. We're gonna go out.
All right. Well, I mean, he's sitting there and he's just reading.
Hello, Onyx.
With disadvantage, since it's just a check.
Oof.
As you say that, he's like, he kind of like drops the book and like, very deep sigh, and then just looks up at you with these dead eyes.
Just looking at Jeremy like, okay, apparently he's just ignoring me.
Your body needs some sleep, and I'm afraid that if you don't have some sleep, you're gonna spend this time reading the book, but as Alara said, not actually reading it, and then this magic might not work. So
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Sleep.
you have more than enough time. We've been on for 3 days. You've probably read like 40 hours already, maybe 30. You have more than enough time to finish
At this
tomorrow.
point, you would have read about, 42 hours.
Yeah. So just take a rest tonight, and then read the rest tomorrow before you fuck yourself over.
Yes, Wilson. I mean,
I guess.
nah, it's only a few hours left.
You said he dropped the book, right?
I mean, yeah, no, it's just in his lap.
I'm trying to grab it.
No.
Okay. Roll me an initiative check, or initiative roll for both of you.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh
Yeah.
no. I'm gonna roll 2. Hold on.
No. I mean, as you go ahead, and all of you can always see in your mind, oh, he's gonna take it. Quicker than you've ever seen him before, he's just, nope, and holds it in his hand. And suddenly his eyes doesn't look as dead anymore. They're like very focused and like a little bit aggressive.
Oh no.
Lara, just
Would you have disadvantage because of the exhaustion?
It is, initiative roll is not an ability check.
it is.
If you
an
have done that
ability check.
before, well,
Yeah, it is.
having disadvantage.
That's
That's
true, you
why-
guys have had the bonuses on it, then you will have the negative as well. Sorry, Onyx.
That's a rip, man.
That's my book now.
So kind of like as he takes up in head, like you're not gonna get it, and then he looks up and then he see that he's only got like like something else from his bag, and he's like, oh, what the
Lara, just I think it's fine. You can.
It's just holding the book like a few feet away from you.
What are you gonna do about it?
Onyx, remember that your body needs rest. You need to sleep.
How about this, Onyx? Onyx, how about this? Lara gives you back the book,
No.
and you go to sleep right now. And
I
then
don't
you
have-
sleep for 8 hours, and I cast Suggestion Soul Spell. Wisdom save. And with my mandolin, you have disadvantage. Because you're.
He would have it anyway. Like,
Oh, right,
he's
doesn't matter.
fucked.
Right, you fail.
Yeah,
I
15.
use my perception.
That's an 18 then. Is that a success?
Yeah, that's a success.
He just looks at you as you say it, and he's like, no.
Well, there's nothing I can do, Lara.
Like, well, okay.
I would. I mean, I don't know if it works. I mean, he is really exhausted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
Remind it, it uses diamond dust up.
huh?
It uses diamond dust. You don't have an infinite amount of diamond dust.
Oh, it's not great restoration that I'm thinking about. So I was thinking that I was gonna cast sleep on him.
That doesn't work because his hit points
Die.
are really high.
That's why I was running through it and was like, nah, it doesn't work.
Doesn't scale that well.
At this point, I'm just turning around and leaving.
As he turns around, I try to snatch the book out of his hands as I cast Enlarge.
I counterspell him. I counterspell him.
It's not a spell.
It is a natural ability. It is not
What?
a spell.
Enlarge?
It's a
Oh,
natural
that's evil.
natural ability.
Oh my god! Hoo-wee! Okay. Alright, well, I don't cast counterspell.
Okay.
You guys just see him come double size. And then suddenly you see like a size of shade, and you're like, oh.
And I try
You tried to grab it for? Okay. Make an acrobatic or athletic, both of you. Whichever you prefer for both of you.
I'm just gonna stand there.
Remember you have a disadvantage because you are exhausted.
Can I make one specific thing? I want to focus on the probability that this book might fall off the ship and then save it from falling off the ship if it does. That's the only thing I want to focus
Not existing.
on.
Like the probabilities.
Hey, both of them are gonna roll a 1 where you'll see.
I already rolled a 3.
Onyx didn't roll anything.
That's 7 in total.
Onyx has
He has-
disadvantage.
Medics.
Oh
But it doesn't
boy.
matter.
As you
Oh boy.
As a Lara takes a step back and you cast Enlarge. But you've been sitting and reading this book for so long that you know that feeling when you've been on the bathroom a little bit too long and your legs are just sleeping?
Now he does,
this
yeah.
This is just even so much. So as you grow up and you stand up and you just immediately face slam down into the ground. And immediately you can feel that pain of your legs beginning to come awake, and you guys can just see them later like.
Come on, Onyx, it's time to sleep for 8 hours. Exactly. I cast Suggestion again. Yeah.
I mean, I was just planning to keep playing on for anyway, so.
Yeah.
So Onyx, begins sleeping right there where he is, as enlarged until enlarges eventually.
Oh, that's just a minute.
1 minute, yeah.
About a minute later, he swings into.
And Elara, can you help me carry him to his bed, please?
I'm not sure if I'm the right person for that, but sure, I can let
I
you.
mean-
Right, Lona, can you help?
Collectively, you
I-
guys get him up in bed.
Good, perfect.
Before we put him in the bed, I put the book under his pillow.
Right.
All right.
Actually, put it in his bag of holding.
Does he have?
Yeah, he has a bag.
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
Better.
fair enough. Yeah,
Safer.
yeah.
Sleep does fall upon him, and he loses his exhaustion points. The new day's dawn. You guys are woken up early.
Well, does he lose his
Yeah.
exhaustion points? Don't they need to make a check because of this guy?
Oh yeah. Do we have to?
And this
make
guy
a
has been
check?
put to sleep, so
Oh, alright.
Do I have to make a check?
you do, unfortunately. But it's with advantage due to the magic on the ship, so that's a good thing that you have advantage.
There you go.
Yeah, I take it.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
problem at all.
Nice sleep.
You guys are woken up early, but you all still get a full rest. You're woken up by the cries of you are ascending into road.
Oh.
And with that, that's also where we're going to end tonight. As you finally arrive to road and are back in Kovir.
After over a year.
Over a year. From what you guys see as you're coming into road, this huge city that is on the riverbed, and you see there's two. Since we were last time, you see like one discontinued of these huge industrial machineries, these huge flying fortresses that was there. They are gargantuan in size and has cannonballs. It's almost like a floating city. It is massive in size, and this time there's two of them. And they are set up in more like a defensive ring around the city. And you get the feeling that anyone, even if it's a big and fucking dragon that's want to try and fight this, it's gonna have a rough time. These are armed to the teeth. And as you come flying in from the top, you can see weaponry all over. You can see a lot of soldiers on some of them. These are basically like flowing fortresses. They are pretty hefty. Already you can see a lot of military industries. You can see a lot of people, but other than that, it's a lot the same. There's a lot more refugees as well. Like outside of road, just outside, there's refugee camps, several places. You get there that it's probably from those people who have lost their homes and those who were lucky enough to survive the second morning. As you come into one of the sky towers and are briefly but gently shoved out, you get told that to report at the palace at your earliest convenience.
In 3 days.
In today. And that's where we're gonna end. Welcome back to Kovir.
Very nice.
And then
I
let's
would've-
see where.
I have one question. I would have liked to scry before I went to sleep,
Okay.
and I wanted to scry on Norforex.
Ah! Okay.
So I know where he is.
I will roll his wisdom saving throw.
He has, and now, when you cast scrying, the wisdom save is changed by a few
In this
factors.
case, the wisdom saving throw on the scrying board would be DC 17.
No. The scrying spell says save modifier. I'm gonna post it actually. So the DC is the same, but he has a +5 on the save if I've only heard of him. He has a +0 if I know that if I just met him. He has a -5 if I know him well. So you have to say if I know
In
him
this
well.
case, it would be that you are familiar.
Right. Then the other save modifier is if I have a picture of him, he has a -2, possession or garment -4, body part, lock of hair, bit of nail, something like that, -10. And I have his blood, so that's a -10. So he has a -10 on his wisdom save. It doesn't use up the material either, I just have to have a part of it.
Okay. Sure. His blood. Yes.
I'll have to do something about that. So in this case, it would be a 1d20. Let me see here. What is it? Plus 5 minus 10.
Mhm. Wait, I think you can only fail if it's plus 5.
He can. He
You
can.
can't succeed.
Scroll.
Natural 20 would always cause him to succeed.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
But he did not roll a natural 20. He rolled a 5.
So a 0.
So, well, well, the first, as you look into the bowl and it begins like swirling around, and you're looking into it and you're like, oh, this is so cool, and you're like immediately sucked in, almost like at least in your sight.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going that far. In fact, only a few hundred yards. He's en route.
Okay, where is he right now? What is he doing?
Right now, he seems to be drinking a glass of wine while talking to someone.
What are they talking about?
You have no idea.
Well, I can
This
hear.
going spelled.
You can see and hear particular creature you choose that is on the same plane of existence.
Sure, you could hear him. Make me a perception check to see how much you get on them. But you cannot hear anyone else. It is solely on the creature that you're scrying on.
Oh, okay. I thought I would basically be in the room, but
No,
got it.
no.
Creature I can see. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
I'm basically observing him, so I would guess
you
maybe
see him
through his
with
eyes
a
or
glass of wine, and he's kind of like swirling a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And as he's sitting there, he's kind of right. Okay, the scrying eye. In this case, I mean, you would see that he's in a. At first, you're like, oh, he's in a dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Is he in the prison cells or something like that? Then you're like, oh no, he's just underneath some places. But he's like sitting at a wooden table where there are shackles and stuff like that. So it could be the dungeon. You don't get that much information. Roll a history check. Because maybe someone in your brain might help you out. Okay, you do get a little whisper of it. Oh shit, we've been in here before. This
Right,
is Bob
okay.
Rancher's place.
Yeah.
But he's just sitting there with his leg up on the table, smiling, tipping the chair a little bit back while swirling some red wine, and just sitting there, seemingly waiting for someone. He's just sitting there. It says comes right up to 10
It's
minutes.
up to 10 minutes.
Yeah,
He's not
about
saying anything.
About 6 minutes or so in, you do see Gildor, the male twin, opening the door and coming in and goes, well, you have an interesting story, Mr. Seraphon. What your name truly is. What are your plans here in Rote? You come from an empire that we would hardly call allies. And it's just sitting there with the wine, he's like, well, I don't know. For the first time since forever, I'm free. I can do whatever I want. There's no shackles on me. It's liberating. You should try it. I don't know. Don't know. And that's the extent of what you get.
When he says I don't know, can I make an insight check?
Through a scrying spell? Sure. You get the feeling he probably has a few ideas.
Alright.
He just hasn't settled on which one of the ideas he likes.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so the thing works. That's good. Yeah.
The thing works.
Then I would go to sleep and put it back in the bag of holding and go to sleep.
Right. And that's it, guys.
Very nice.
Thank you for playing, and welcome back to Kovir and everything. Now we're gonna see what shit show you're gonna end up here now.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we had a day without any fighting or anything.
Yeah.
No.
I remember in Road we also had a day without fighting, but that's also where we
That's because
started.
we were in
Seems like
prison.
seems like this, yeah, that's true. Get in prison. I mean,
Well, that and we had Jeremy for the first time with his bard playing.
Against the Silverwater.
Yes.
Our other non-fighting day was also in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was such an interesting experience. That prison.
yes, right, Donnie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, Onyx is gonna be so smart. It's gonna be amazing. Now we
mean,
just
that's
have to
right,
get the Warforged body back.
Yes.
Thank you,
Very
guys,
nice.
for a good session. Well done, and
Yes.
now we're back in road.
A lot
Yeah.
of things we could do. That was nice.
Suddenly we are outside of Icewind Dale. So
Oh.
now it's interesting to see where you guys are gonna go next. There's a few pointers, but
Just so that it's been said, I put one of the feather tokens in the bag of holding and the other in like a breast pocket. Just so that when I fall, they're not both in the bag of holding, because that would be very unfortunate.
okay. Depend also your parchment that you got. Is that something that you would tell the others about, or would you read on yourself?
What do you mean? The
The thing
Parchment that
Amalia
you got
gave you.
from Amalia.
Oh, right, I completely forgot about that. I would have read that at the end of the night after the scrying even.
Okay,
And I
just
would
if you
not
wanted
tell
to-
anyone. No, I wouldn't
But
tell
Lona
anyone.
knows about it.
Lona knows that it exists, but
She just knows that it exists, but has no idea what it says.
yeah, you can send it to me.
Yeah, I will. I will.
All right, cool. Very nice. There was so much going on, so many things that were in combat. It was a great session.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Very nice.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the session, guys, and have a wonderful night, everyone. And
Yeah.
You too.
if we don't see you throughout the week, then see you next time.
See you next week.
Have a good night. Goodbye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.